Speedcafe.com, your number one source for all the latest motorsport news and features. Breaking news, live event updates, unprecedented global motorsport coverage, performance motoring news and reviews, all in the palm of your hand, anywhere, anytime. Speedcafe.com, first, fast and free.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome to the grand finale of the 2023 season for the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. Scott Rankin and Peter Baxter are going to be on the commentary all day for you here as we work our way through to a championship conclusion. First out on track in just a few moments' time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have your GTM and GT4 category. Two qualifying sessions for those guys up first this morning, and following that, we'll have your GT3, the guys everyone wants to see out for their two qualifying sessions as well. Pete, we are here in Buriram, and I tell you what, it is early in the morning over there in the morning. Over here in Australia, it's a nice middle of the day kind of temperature. We're all settling in, but it's very, very early over in Thailand at the moment.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, mate. But for us, it's a really good time to start the day, being closer to lunchtime than those in Thailand. But look, early morning, I think some cars have had a chance to get out and do just to have a look at the track inspections going on. A beautiful track we've got to see today at the Buriram International Circuit. Most of the qualification sessions and most of the categories will get two qualifying, and of course it's important to note that each of those qualifying relates to a specific race, so it's not a chance to improve on a previous qualifying. You are qualifying for a race with each of those sessions, so we might get different results, and each race might start a bit differently, so that's going to be exciting to see how that comes out.
Yeah, well, that's not us on the screen, Pete. We don't quite look that good. So go ahead and ignore those faces that you're seeing. That's us down the bottom. For everyone that's watching along at home, don't forget all the qualifying for all of the rest of the categories has already been run and done. So if you're here to follow along with the GTC category, the Super Pickup, the Super Compact, and the Super Eco, qualifying for those classes has now been run and done. In terms of the championship standings, though, as we get to talk about our GTM and GT4 participants at this point in time, in terms of the AM category, this is going to be a tight one for this weekend because Nadavude in the 24 car against his competition in the 33 entry of Faofeng and Jakrafen, they're both tied. Those two cars are tied on points. Heading into the final race. That's a little bit of added pressure when you come back home for the final race of the season.
Yeah, you got to like a championship that comes down to the wire at the final race. I mean, that puts a whole lot of importance on the final race. And for these guys, it's not over. So there is a lot to play for, and that might mean that we might see a little bit more desperation or a little bit more aggression in some of the racing, and that'll turn it on a bit for us. So it's good to see the championship nice and close at the top there, and I guess we'll find out by the end of the day tomorrow who ultimately can come out on top.
Yeah, it's a Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand 24 that you're seeing currently on screen. The Lexus GTM entry with Nadavude behind the wheel in terms of qualifying at this point in time. And in terms of things as well, it's also an overall championship battle for the 33 and 24 car. The difference being there was only 2 entries thus far through the season in the AM category. So whenever they did trade spots or one of them had a bad race, basically handed points straight back to the other. The difference with the overall standings is you've got to incorporate all those cars. So currently the 33 entry for the Alpha Factory Racing Team by Pulsar, the Porsche 991 GT3 Cup car, leads the way in terms of the overall standings. They'll be looking for a strong result here, and in terms of things as well, I mean, that Porsche Cup car is going to be pushed to its limits, and we get the opportunity to witness some of the best cars that Thailand have got to offer us here. This is the Ferrari 488 Challenge car entry run by Singer Motorsport Team Thailand, and for these guys, it's good to see them out on track, and I always love seeing more and more of the international exotics in terms of race car, Pete. It's good to see them out there and enjoying Brewery Round.
Absolutely. I mean, look at the mix we've got in GTM. We've got 3 Porsche 992s. We've got Ferrari 488. We've got 2 Lexus from the Toyota stable, the Gazoo Racing stable. We've got 2 Lamborghinis, a Super Trofeo Evo and a Gallardo. We've got a 991 GT3 Evo, and then there's the odd one out, the Ford Mark Mustang. Which to me is just, it's great to see it in the category, and it's the one that stands out as really something different for the category compared to the exotics that come from Europe.
Yeah, and looking up and down the field as well, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, always a popular car. I mean, the benefit really is that, this is combining multiple different categories from right the world over. So it's the cars that might realistically see their own category in other sections of the world. Maybe not necessarily enough of them here in Thailand to put together and run your own class, but you still, if you own a race car, still an opportunity to get out there on track, still an opportunity to improve yourself and improve your times, and timing's on the board at the moment.
Yep.
And a half minutes left to run in the qualifying session here.
So it's still a bit to go. So the car we're going to score is Supekid. I haven't run a lot of rounds in this series, so they ran the first 2 rounds, but effectively they've missed round 3 and 4 with do-not starts and didn't run 5 and 6. So that car has got something to prove today, I think, if they really can sort of pull something out of the hat and get a few points.
And that round 2 as well was important to talk about, because for a lot of the entrants as well, it was difficult. It was safety cars marred the entire weekend at Bang Center. I think across the weekend there was only 1 or 2 races that did not contain a safety car of some description. So, it is being... It was a difficult circuit. It was a difficult round. I think the event organised a lot of barrier repairs across that weekend. Not the case now here at the Buriram International Circuit. A lot wider, and a lot of guys using those track limits, Pete.
Oh yeah, we'll talk about the circuit, I'm sure, a lot through the qualifying as the time comes down. And track limits were one thing in practice that quite a few people lost their times yesterday. So really easy on this type of circuit to just try to extract just that little bit extra on an exit, go a little bit over lines, and the race direction team will be right on top of the guys and pull those fastest times. On screen now is the GT4 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT4 from YK Motorsports. Both the GTM and the GT4 classes run together, as we know, and this car run by Natanid and Ditchathom from YK Motorsports by Sonako.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, there's a fair few extra GT4 entries that have entered this weekend. I can tell you the 32 entry was new. There was a lot of hype about that car across the weekend. Not currently seeing it out on track as we currently stand. In terms of things, currently we've got one car in pit lane as well, which is the 33 entry, which is actually our series leaders. So they haven't actually taken to the track at this point in time. There must be some sort of drama with that car for them to currently have not set a time. But yeah, the race director's hands are a little bit tight in terms of things going on. In the meantime, though, the Lexus has just gone quicker yet again. First of the cars to dip into the 138 for the weekend. They've improved by about 0.4 of a second to jump to the top end of the timing charts. But right now, it's about getting pressure, getting temperature into those tyres. They've managed to do so. And now it's about lining up that fast lap, making sure you cool off the tyres, take that excess heat out of them, go for that one big fast lap, and timing your run, getting everything set up at the moment, Pete.
So is there any chance that the 33 car is just waiting to do a Formula 1 style qualifying, mate? Come out with time? The one lap pressure, or it could be a problem, but because it hasn't even come out and done a warm-up lap. And with a 138, you're really you're pushing to about sort of just around about the 3-minute 20 mark as you cut off to come out and actually get across the line and set yourself a fast one. So there's still a little bit of time left. There's still got a couple of minutes left to get out there and on track if all goes well. But otherwise, the championship leader might find himself starting from the back of the grid, which might be hard to take.
I'll tell you what, have a look at how close the times are up at the top end of town at the moment. I've just seen lap time deleted for car number 25, which is got Kitapol behind the wheel. So they've jumped back down. So unfortunately for them, their 5th lap time. And the 99 car have just had their lap time deleted because they were at the top end of the town in terms of the GT4 category. But they've just had that lap number removed, as has the 88 car, who is still yet to set a lap time. So they did have a lap time on the board, which has now been deleted. It's moved them back, and with qualifying quickly running out, it is absolutely go time up and down the field. And don't forget, there is a secondary qualifying session to come. There will be, I'm sure, a fresh set of tyres thrown at some of these cars. And for the bulk of the field as well, they are 2-driver outfits as well. So they've not only got to extract that driver out of the car, change over, put a fresh set of tyres on if you want to go for that second qualifying set on a green set of tyres, and then jump back out there. So a lot of scrambling in between the 2 qualifying sessions, which will certainly test some of these teams. And
we're seeing a big gap between the first two in the GT4, that 1 minute 40-41 mark versus the 44-45 mark. So actually, no, that's the 2 AMs from the GTM, sorry, doing the 41s. And then we're looking at 44s and 45s for the GT4 class. So, about a 4 to 5 second gap between the cars. It's a 4.5 kilometre circuit, so that's not a big gap, to be honest. And it's not the kind of gap that I think we're going to see one class just really overlap the other in the times that we got for racing today. But it should be good.
Still 0.2 of a second at the top end of town at this point in time. The 77 entry has just started another lap, so they will get the opportunity to try and best the 1 minute 38s if there's anybody else that can crack into it. But in terms of things, currently the biggest opposition to the 77 is the 15 entry. And that has got Mungkong behind the wheel. Is a 992 Porsche Cup car. And it is incredibly tight up the top end of town. So the Lexus RCF GTM is currently the fastest car out there. Is currently trailed by the Lamborghini Super Trofeo on the first of the Porsche Cup cars. And everyone's going to try and settle on down in.
Yeah, and we look like the car number 17 car with Natachak at the wheel. He's looking like he's switting down some green sectors at the moment, but just able to pull off. He did pull a green lap, but wasn't able to improve his position, staying in 6th there with a 140.08. So They're certainly trying, and I think there's probably most of them will finish this lap and get another one in with the time left. As we can see there, one of the cars coming into pit sort.
There's actually a few cars in pit lane at this point in time. About the only car. There's 2 cars inside the top 5 that are still actually circulating at this point in time. It's the 77, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and the 38 entry, which is the second of the Lexuses, which is the car that was just in the background as well. That's the 44 entry, is the second of the Mercedes in the GT4 field. And
it looks like most of the GTMs have sort of settled on their times. But I tell you what, the big news is that car number 33, it hasn't come out and set a time at all. So it's going to be looking like a rear grid start for that car today.
Let alone they've still got another qualifying effort to go through immediately after this race. So whether or not they're going to be able to get that car sorted and back out in time, whether or not they just went, okay, we can't get the car out for the first of the qualifying sessions, let's make sure that we've got a car right for the second session, or whether there is a bigger drama with that car overall, and we may not see them until later this afternoon for race number 1.
Who knows? Hope we can get a bit of a feed, and if we can see it in the next qualifying session. They don't have too long between these qualifying sessions to get something sorted if they have got it sorted. So hopefully it's nothing too major for them, and they can find what it is, get the car running and get out there for the second qualifying session.
So 2:30 local time from Thailand at the moment. It's just after 8 a.m. They've got through till 2:30 local time to get that car resorted. So a fair bit of time to try and get the car back out there for the race this afternoon, depending upon what the drama is. But for now, it looks like qualifying is just about all decided. Top 4 are indeed all in pit lane now. The 38 is the only entry out of our top 5 still circulating at this point in time. The last 2 of the GTM cars, which is 6th and 7th on the timing sheets, is the 17 with Natachak behind the wheel and Simon in the 10 entry. Are your last 2 of the GTM cars. From there on down, it's the GT4s all the way down to 15th, which is, of course, that 33 entry. So really, really tight between the last 2 of those GTM cars as well. Have a look at that. 700ths of a second currently separate the top 2 in GT4, and that's absolutely what you want. And, the big thing about GT4 categories is they're quite balanced overall, but the other thing is the organisers have still got to make sure that balance of performance is maintained. They test it throughout the weekend. They test it after practice. They test it after qualifying. They make the adjustments that they need to make as well, Pete, to keep these cars as close together. And I think by the look of that, they've got it spot on.
Yeah, absolutely. And they also have different times in their pit stops to even up the races depending on the quality of the class of the driver. I wouldn't say quality is probably not the right word, but the FIA class of the driver, whether they're platinum, gold, silver, bronze. And that evens up the field as well. So really good opportunity to, for all types of drivers, whatever their classification, to jump in, race each other, and have it handicapped so everybody gets an even chance of coming across the line. But really great result. I was just watching the number 44 car there come around, and it looked like its first few sectors were just white ones. So came into the pits to finish their own qualifying. Car number 38 again exceeded track limits at turn 11, so another car with a lost time. I don't think it necessarily impacted the position because they had a fairly substantial 40.009 anyway for that. Race 1 is sorted. So the grid for race 1, Scotty, I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, mate. So in terms of things, it will be Natavude who is going to put his best foot forward in terms of attempting to run down and take over that overall category for the GTM, GT4 classes. If he's going to win it, he needed to put the car on pole. He has now done that. Tick mark number 1 in the book. For the 77, they're going to be lining off alongside of them for the Super Trofeo Lamborghini. And in third position, it's going to be the 15 entry for Moncol Motorsports, which is going to be the first of the Porsche Cup cars. In 25 will be the second car, which is the Ferrari 488 Challenge on the second row of the grid, which did have Kitapol behind the wheel for the first of the 2 qualifying sessions. Keep your eyes on the pit lane, though, as we'll be swapping drivers for the vast majority of the cars up and down the lane. Indeed, it's only Natavude who will be staying in the car for your GTM and GT4 categories. 5th and 6th will be the 38 and 17 entry, who have now finished their qualifying, and the last of the GTM cars out and on the board is that of the number 10, driven by Simon. The GT4 pole sitter, you just saw that car moments ago on screen. The 99 Porsche entry for the GT4 cars. Phenomenal qualifying performance. Sorry, it was the Mercedes-Benz 99. Will be on pole position for that category, followed by the Porsche Cayman, the 88, off alongside of them for B-Quik Absolute Racing. On the second row of the GT4 grid, it will be the 9 and the 44. The number 9 entry is another of the Porsche Caymans, and the 44 is secondary to the Mercedes-Benz. So it looks to be a Mercedes versus Porsche battle in terms of the GT4s.
Yeah, and the Toyota Supra out there is looking like it's a couple of seconds off the pace compared to the Porsches and Mercedes. But I do expect a good race between the Porsches and Mercedes. I think they're all pretty close. And we're going to find it's such a wonderful track, right? It's a track that for cars without a lot of aero, it relies on just really good exits from turn 12, turn 1 and turn 3, so that you can make up a whole lot of time with whatever power you got in the car. And then essentially you're going to rely on your mechanical grip in these cars without the aero for that turn 5 through to turn 11 section. So probably we'll see a lot faster for the GT3 category through that sort of turn 5 to turn 11. Obviously they got a lot more power too, so they're going to have faster lap times. But really good start for each of the qualifying, except for car 33. So hopefully we can find out what happened to that one, Scotty. And they've got another 10 minutes break in between the two sessions here to try and get that car ready and out for another run, for a run.
For the viewers at home that might be tuning in for the first time and looking at and going, there's 2 driver combinations, how does that work? Well, the 24 car doesn't have to do a driver change. What they do have to do for Nadavude is, I believe he actually has extra time added to his pit stop so that he doesn't have to do that driver swap. So he gets more time out on track, more practice time, so he does get a little bit of the extra added time. And this is the hot laps. You're seeing some of the vision from the circuit. I tell you what, Pete, there was actually a fair bit of promotion going around from the Ford guys as well. There was some fan invites that they were trying to get some promoter material out and whatnot. Could have earned yourself tickets to the event this weekend, and indeed to get down on the grid as well. That would have been an exciting experience for some guys later on in the weekend. But yeah, in terms of the meantime and discussing the GTM category, 60 minutes these races as well have to do a driver swap. So one driver does Q1, the other driver will do Q2, which will be up in just a few moments. And they do the driver swap in the middle of the race, the driver that qualifies the car. So race 7 later on today, the driver that qualified just did that session right now. We'll start the car for race number 7. Race 8 tomorrow, the driver that does qualifying 2, they will start the car tomorrow.
Yeah, and of course, like we said, each of the driver combinations has a different element of pit stop time. So for GT4, the compulsory pit stop time is 150 seconds plus any of handicap time. And for the GTM category, it's 90 seconds from pit entry to pit exit. So that's the minimum amount of time the whole pit stop needs to take. That includes the pit transition as well. So the guys have got to be on the ball to make sure that they hit that pit exit just after the 90-second mark, plus whatever, it's not time penalty, but time handicap they have. Scotty, you mentioned the single driver issue. So the single driver gets an extra 8 seconds added to his pit stop time because he doesn't have to change drivers, and that's in recognition of just that extra time he gets on the track and things like that. Most of the deltas between the categories is about 15 seconds depending on combination, plus or minus. But after the qualifying, we'll get an update of who has exactly what the minimum times are for each of the cars for the race. But it does create that exciting element. And as we saw at Sepang, the cars that just breached it, and some of them went over that pit exit line, within 1 or 2 seconds of the 90 seconds plus their time, they end up with a drive-through penalty, and that's a long big penalty for just missing a second or two and not getting that transition time exactly right. So the teams have to be on the ball. It's not just the couple. You're only allowed to change 2 tyres at a time too in these categories. So the pit stops are quite slow, and in a lot of cases the drivers do get a little chance just to sit there and get a little bit of a mental break, and then get given the go ahead by their team. So if they haven't got that timing right, it's all danger for the race.
I tell you what, the simulators I was just looking at in the background. Give me some more of that from ASART, and indeed, hopefully they'll be there when get to go over next year, hopefully and interact with the Bang Seng Grand Prix. Talking to one of the drivers earlier in the week, he said, look, one of the events, if you World Motorsport, the event that you've got to get over for is absolutely the Bang Seng Grand Prix, but being able to do simulated laps around the Chang International Circuit is certainly something to behold as well, and gives you a little bit of an insight into what some of the drivers might experience. Indeed, that pond right there, that's one of the interesting setups and interesting configurations that needs to be done over here in Thailand. Have a talk about the humidity today, Pete, because fatigue factor is going to be a big thing. We're here at 8 a.m. at the circuit local time. It's 80% humidity today. One of the things that was introduced when this circuit was built was these ponds in the middle of the circuit to try and get some airflow circulating around. You need water in and around to generate some airflow. As that moisture evaporates up off that ponds, it changes the airflow, gets some wind, gets some breeze moving in and around that circuit, and that's part of circuit design. And you are a big fan of any track designed by Herman Tilke, and that is one of the few design elements that went into this track. One of the other ones, Pete, was that the bulk of the track must be viewable from the main grandstand they've got here. So talk me through design elements of a track like this, because it's fast, it's flowing, and your favorite thing, it's wide, but unfortunately that comes with track limits.
Well, it does. The thing I like about the Herman Tilke design tracks is they're all wide. I mean, they're all built to really like specifications for the FIA, but they're all really wide, so they give the cars a lot of opportunity to be able to race side by side. But the main thing for me is all of his tracks, specifically for the fast cars, give them a challenge to come out of slow corners and create time, give them nice long straights to be able to use power where they've got a power advantage. But also, each of those circuits also have a nice section, and in this case, it's between turn 5 and turn 11, where if you've got the mechanical grip and the aerodynamics spot on, you're going to get an advantage. So it really tests, in this circuit and all of the other Herman Tilke design circuits, it really tests every aspect of car setup when you're building a race car. Because what do you need in a race car? You need power to make it go fast. You need great brakes to be able to slow it down. You need traction to be able to get the car to turn left and right. And the combination of those three things is what gives a really good lap time. And this circuit brings that out and tests all of the engineers in terms of car setup so that they can bring that out and maximise the speed and minimise the time they've got on the track to get the fastest lap. So I love the track. I'd love to have it on a simulator so we can drive it all around the world and everybody can have a go at it, because it absolutely looks brilliant watching it from a cockpit view.
Yeah, we were having a look at some videos last week in preparation for this circuit, and that corner right there, turn 2, is actually quite a tricky corner to get right. We're looking at some Bentley onboard footage from GT3 cars of years gone by, and the braking method for that corner, you might think brake in a straight line and turn in late. Well, no, because of how wide the radius of that corner is, you actually point the car a little bit at the corner when you press the brake pedal on the run down to turn number 2. As qualifying 2 for the GTM and GT4 categories starting to get underway now as the cars circulate back out. But those aerial shots, they're really important. When we talk about drivers exceeding track limits, have a look at how wide the track is, and particularly through this middle sector. That's where you're going to see all of the track limits being breached. That corner right there where they've just gone out, one of the cars, the lead car of this bunch right there, ran wide, and that would have been a lap time deleted for sure, Pete.
Yeah, thankfully he's on his outlap. I mean, the key to most lap times is to be able to come out of a corner and get on the throttle as early as possible so that you maximise the time on full throttle. And by doing that, you're trying to straighten the exit of the turn up. But they just go a little bit overboard and they can lose their lap time. So that's the key. You're talking about the hairpin up at turn 3. Yeah, that Bentley, it's kind of a double apex actually, rather than a hairpin. It's a tight double apex turn, which was the way that the Bentley was doing it online, and I think most of the drivers are doing it. Turn 2 is a funny one. I wouldn't even call turn 2. It's one of those corners. It's not a corner really on the circuit. I actually think turn 4 is one of the most exciting ones. I'd love to be in a car at turn 4 on this circuit, because the cars are at near full speed coming down the straight, and they've got a fairly substantial left-hand turn to sweep around and then come into the brakes for turn 5. So that'd be quite an exciting part on this track for me.
the other thing that I'm kind of excited about, just looking at Google Maps right now, is that there's actually a motocross track just away in the background right nearby. So in terms of motor racing, MotoGP hosted here, motocross as well in the background, and your supercars, your exotics, and don't forget, look for your Honda Brios, your Jazzes, or your little cars as well. Just recently bought myself a Hyundai Getz, and now I'm thinking, how can I convince my wife to allow me to strap a roll cage inside this thing so I can go racing somewhere over here in Australia. Have a look at the teams, the communication up and down the pit lane with their drivers at the moment, talking about getting their drivers set for a qualifying lap, bring the tyres in, settle yourself in, think about your brake bias, think about your lap times, think about setting the car up, and particularly for the GT4 drivers as well, they've got to be very, very aware of where the GTM cars are and circulating in terms of lap time as well, Pete, because impeding traffic is a very, very difficult thing to do in the middle of qualifying. Well,
impeding traffic, it's really easy to lose, even a couple of tenths. And as we've seen with the closeness of this type of racing, a couple of tenths can make the difference on your grid spot. Thankfully, it's not like 500 cars, for 50 cars on the grid. That one or two spots over a 1 hour race, you're able to overcome that in the long run, but nobody wants to impede anybody. And I think none of the drivers go out there with the thought that we'll slow this other fella down, give my teammate in another category a bit of a boost. But no driver does that. But sometimes just where the cars are on the track, they do get in the way of each other, trip over each other, and can impact them. As we can see now, that's one of the Porsches coming up on the Lexus with the lights flashing. But to be honest, they all look like they're on the same hot lap. So no good flashing the lights if everyone's on a hot lap. That ain't going to work.
Yeah, this is nearly where you take that little bit of a breath, back things down, go, yep, I'm going to pick him up in this final sector here. I'm going to abandon this lap, make sure that I get everything done, clean the car. But you can't just press on, get to the back of him at an awkward time and interrupt his lap as well. The other thing that we're starting to see is that lap time from the first session, a little bit more rubber may have gone down. The cars just might be tuned up, just that little bit of amendment. Maybe green tyres weren't available to the drivers for qualifying one. They wanted to focus a little bit on qualifying two. You may have some drivers thinking about that in terms of their tyre allocations for the weekend, but it is the number 10 Fire Monkey Motorsports car, and I've been a very, very big fan of this car. That's the bright green one in the background of the Porsche Cup cars. Has been a brilliant car to watch just about through the entire season. There's the GT4 car, and then the Lexus is now going to get harassed and harangued as they come off the final corner and down the start-finish straight. Into the 37.661 was the number 10 Fire Monkey car. It was just in the background, so the first of the drivers to drop down now into the 37s, and immediately followed by the 17 entry. Qualifying, Pete, is heating up.
Yeah, and that's the two Porsches have both made the most of that. I think that the number 10 Porsche there got a little bit of draft through, a little bit of an advantage off the back of being behind that Lexus, despite flashing his lights. I actually think it helped him along a bit. So that might have just given him that 0.1 of a second to jump ahead of the 17 car on that lap. But they're not really slowing down. They're continuing to push on these guys. But to see them go faster, there's certainly been a couple of tweaks. But notably, unfortunately, car number 33 hasn't come out again. So they're in for a tough weekend, I think, Scotty.
Yeah, but we just want to see that car. That's the only thing now is you've come, you've arrived, you've put all the effort in to try and get that car prepared and ready. I think the big thing for those guys right now is that we just want to see it in race trim. So that'll be something we'll stick in the notebook for this afternoon. Will we see the return of the 33 car back to the track this afternoon? Talk about the teams and all the bodies that are really critical to these racing outfits as well here, Pete. You can't just jump in a car. You can jump in a go-kart and you can probably manage that on your own. Generally, it's obviously father-son bonding, that sort of thing. But a race car team like this, you've got to have multiple engineers. You've got to have the guys that are monitoring the data. You've got to have the guys on the radio. It is a big, big investment in terms of the people that are coming to a racetrack here, and have a look at the support on that pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what category of car you run. You need a team to do it, right? Nobody can run a race car on their own. And the higher level you get, the more complexity you get, and the more experience you need in pit lane. So, to really be able to set that car up, like I said, I love these circuits that Herman Tilke designed because of the fact you need a well-balanced overall setup to be able to get a really good lap time. But times are still close now. We've got 4 cars, Scotty, in the 37s, 5 cars in the 37s. Somebody's just jumped through. I think the number 77's just jumped through and set a nice number time. The 44 Mercedes has had another lap cancelled, so exceeding track limits at turn 4. That's that lovely fast turn 4 I was talking about. So I'm not surprised there. He's probably gone through there a little bit too quick.
So now talk about a little bit about that. Once you've got a lap time to lead in, it's only a 15-minute qualifying session. You haven't got a lot of time to get out there with 1 minute 38. So, you're going to get maybe 9 to 10 sort of laps in, lose time for the pit lane exit opening. Well, there's your first 2 minutes of the session. So effectively, you're only going to get about seven to 8 goes at this in terms of things. Losing 1 time, yeah, that's okay. Losing 3 times, that's where you go, okay, is there an approach if we set a banker here, we set a lap time that's approximate or close, and we go, yeah, we're sort of happy with that to begin, as we actually have a look up and down the timing charts at this point in time, have a look at how close in qualifying to these lap times are now. The 17 car, after clearing all of that traffic, the AAS Motorsport Porsche 992 car with Cantady behind the wheel, has now jumped to the 37 twos. 0.05 of a second further behind him is the 15 entry of the Moncol Motorsports Porsche Cup car. The 77, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, is the car that we're on board with and keeping an eye on at the moment for a Fik. They had a huge accident at the Bangsen Grand Prix and wrote that car off, and we weren't sure whether or not we'd see that car put back together again. Well, they have managed to get it back together. And on with the show, 37.6, 37.634 for the 25 entry. And super kit behind the wheel of the Ferrari 488 Challenge car. So all the cars coming into their own Pete at different sections of the circuit, different times here. There's not much between that top 5 at all.
Yeah, and you talked about the impact of attractants. So there's still 5 minutes to go here. Qualifying is really a balance of how much fuel to have in the car versus how much wear do you have on the tyres. So you come out, and these guys are not doing the Formula One thing. So they're not coming out doing a fast lap, coming in, resetting the car and going out. They're essentially going out and they're driving the whole qualifying session. So, essentially you're trying to balance, how do you maximise the grip of brand new green tyres, which you're going to get the most of at the start of the qualifying session. And, we saw cars come out and hit 37s for this qualifying for the first time, versus do you save those tyres and burn the fuel off a little bit and then try and get a fast lap with a lighter fuel load, maybe 2 or 3 kilos worth of fuel lighter by the end of the qualifying session.
Hello, that is the 99 Mercedes, which was quick in the first session. It is now backwards in the gravel. And, that is going to need retrieval, which means that might just be the end of our second of the qualifying performances. So getting a lap time on the board early on in this session was now critical, and there was contact. He tripped over the Lexus right there, and the rear end of that car has obviously got some very, very light damage. Only just dipped a wheel on the gravel, and is unlucky for that car to end up where it is. Red flag, session is done in terms of qualifying.
Yeah, essentially. So that's unlucky for the Mercedes there to just clip that. There's a little bit of timing between the two cars, and they're both different categories, right? So different speeds through that corner. Unlucky. Brings out the red flag. And, for those that were relying on a fast lap with low fuel that I was just talking about, I think that chance is now done and dusted for them. So, the time with the red flag seems to still... No, clock has been stopped with 4 minutes and 55 to go, Scotty. So that means the cars will be able to come out. That's enough time to come out, do an outlap, and have probably 2 more fast laps. So might be a little bit of advantage if someone wants to throw a green set of tyres again at the second part of this now red flag qualifying
session. You get
session.
1 lap. You would effectively get 1, maybe 2 laps, 2 flying laps by the time you got back out there.
Well, at least everyone's going to get at least 1 lap right. So, it's almost now a 1 lap shootout. How good are you at those, Scotty?
Yeah, next question. Thanks.
Well, no, but that's right. You put yourself in the mind of the drivers here. They had a mind of, right, I'm going out, I'm going to do about 5 or 6 laps. I know I can pick up speed over a little bit of time. It's now upset that rhythm. They're now in the pit lane. They've got an unknown period of time that they've just got to pause, reset, and put yourself under the pressure of now it's almost a 1 lap shootout. I think we might see as we get the notification for the session to go back green that we might see a lineup of cars getting out there so they can get out and get this outlap done, and potentially they might be able to get 2 laps, but we'll see what happens.
It just seemed to just be a little bit of a miscommunication too. It was down at turn 8, so it was in the back half of the corner. Turn 8 is where we start to turn. It's the first of the right-handers before we turn back down towards turn 12, which is the final corner. So it's sort of the start of the second slow section, if you will, in terms of things. In the meantime, a lot of activity in that pit lane as everyone's sort of scrambling. We'll keep you updated with what the changes to the session is, whether or not we get some more people giving us updates that say we will get back underway. Timing might just be a little bit tight. Particularly, the problem with it being the first session of a weekend is you generally sort of go, do we want to allow a little bit of extra time? Do we take, maybe a minute off this clock at this point in time, get the cars back out on track, which will mean it will be a one lap dash for these guys, but then you run the risk later on of there will be no window, which means we'll effectively be going, let's give them some extra qualifying time, but we'll sacrifice maybe issues with racing later on in the day.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the event organisers. There we go. We just popped up green flag. Yes. So pit exit is open and none of the cars are ready to go, mate. So I think that surprised a whole lot of teams. That green flag happened really quickly.
That's phenomenal. That is a phenomenal effort to recover that car. They only needed to move it, 3-4 meters further forward and it was back out of the gravel. So I think that's maybe what they would have done. And now have a look at the scramble in the pit lane. The discussion for some of these cars is, do we even bother getting the car back out, reset, go again, or do we, looks like, everyone else is gonna jump back out and have another crack at qualifying. For the cars that are at the head of the queue, this is a huge opportunity for these guys to get back out there. That was the 38 Lexus, and I think that was the car. Have a look at the left front corner of that car is where the damage is. That was the contact that was made. So that is the GTM car, which is the faster class that you notice, Pete, making contact with the rear end of the 99 Mercedes to put it into the gravel. That car should have been recovered nice and quickly as well. And now run back out onto the track and have a look at this pit lane exit. We'll be probably talking about this throughout different periods throughout the weekend, all the way out and around the outside of turn number 1.
Well, you can see the speed that green Porsche number 10 just come out of that pit lane. So, kept his 2 tyres just on the inside of the pit lane, used a little bit of blue, and he's come out flying. So there's not a lot of warm-up. This is going to be a quick outlet from the number 10 Porsche 992 from Fire Monkey Motorsport there.
Yeah, the 77 car, by the way, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo will be the first of the cars to get back to the green flag. Is at turn 8 at this point in time. In behind them, we've got the 17 car with Cantity behind the wheel. He's just about to overtake and has now done so, I believe, the 66 entry of the GT4s as well. So they're looking for clean air. There's a big gap then. We've got a lot of GT4 cars in and amongst. So for this 10 Fire Monkey car, the issue for those guys is now going to be that there are a couple of GT4 cars that are ahead of them and potentially going to disrupt their final chances at laps. But with the times be 6 seconds a lap, 6 to 8 seconds a lap slower, it's not a huge margin, but will just be enough for that 10 Porsche to catch up onto the back end of the 19 GT4 entry. So that'll be a problem that they'll have to navigate on their flying laps. That's the Toyota Supra, also run by Toyota Gazoo Team Racing Thailand. We'll have Grant Superfong behind the wheel at this point in time.
Yeah, and so here we go. So 2 minutes 20. We've got a couple of cars now just started a fast lap, so they'll certainly get 2 chances at a fast lap. Let's see if the times tumble. But right now, nobody's really coming up. Some of the first 2 cars are coming up to the first sector, so we'll see if there's some greens in that timing.
So cars that actually are in the pit lane and have not returned to the surface at this point in time is actually a second place car. At this point in time, the 15 entry with Moncol Motorsports, the Porsche 992 car, they've elected not to come back out. So's the 25 and the 24. So Natavude, whilst he'll have pole position, and critically, we're going to be sort of keeping half an eye on, I think, the lap timing at this point in time and updates for you. The 88 entry, which is the leader of your GT4s at this point in time, current lap time deleted. So he's now got to scramble to try and get back to the line. I don't necessarily think that he will make it back to the line to start another lap. So this qualifying session might just be abandoned for him the second half of it. For track limits exceeding at turn 1, the 38 now exceeds track limits at turn 3 and has that lap time deleted. And they're at the back end of the GTM field, currently sitting in 7th place, which is critical for them. They needed to find a whole chunk of time to go faster. And you sort of wonder whether or not they might be suffering from a little bit of lack of left front downforce on that car.
Well, there didn't seem to be a lot of tyre changing. So They've had green tyres that came out and started with. There wasn't a lot of tyre changing in that stop. So they've come out on cold, worn tyres. So it's going to be really tough to set a faster time. Having said that, we've just seen a purple sector from car 77 in sector number 1. So that looks like car 77, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo from Vitana PC Motorsport, is on a flyer.
And keeping our eyes on the Fire Monkey Motorsports car that's on screen at this point in time, Sean Thong behind the wheel did exceed track limits down at turn 7, so his previous lap time deleted. This will be the only one he will set towards the tail end of this session. So the pressure is now on for the Fire Monkey Motorsports. Indeed, the entire field, this will be their last flying laps. I don't actually think there's any cars in that final sector at this point in time. So for the 77, they are pushing on. And then for the number 10, their qualifying effort is over. Track limits at turn 1 means that the 10, the highest spot on the grid for them in race number 8 tomorrow, will be 5th spot. It's now up to the cars in behind them to improve and knock them out. For everyone else, it's out on track at this point in time. The 88, I think, is trundling down the pit lane as well. So their qualifying performance is over, but they're leading the way in terms of the GT4 settings. So they're in the pit lane. The 59's in the pit lane. 44's in the lane. 9's in the pit lane. There's only a couple cars. And the 77, late on in the stint, you'll see it come up in just a few moments' time. Goes to the top of the timing charts. The first 1 minute 36 time all weekend long. 1 minute 36.987. They break the barriers. They break the shackles. They were pushing on, and they wanted pole position.
And they got it too. What a wonderful lap by the 77 Lamborghini. That was brilliant driving. He's just come out and set that up and used that little brake just perfectly. So great drive. She popped up to the top of the timesheets, and they're looking like they're going to have a good start tomorrow, mate.
Well, I was looking at that and going, surely no one's going to improve. Well, the Super Trofeo team said, you know what, stuff it. We're going to go out. We're going to throw everything at it. The shackles are off. We've set our banker times. 1 lap to warm the tyres up, and the tyres got to their absolute perfect operating temperatures, and they lay it down. 1 minute 36.987. No other car breaks into the 1 minute 36s from our GTM category so far this weekend. I believe there was actually an improvement to second place as well for the 17 entry. The AAS Motorsport with Cantadi Kasiri behind the wheel has jumped up to second place, which sets a 37.268. A 37.336 is going to be third place. So they're covered by next to nothing at the top end of that one. But that Lamborghini Super Trofeo, it looks strong, and there is pace in that car.
Yeah, there's pace. It's good to see the Lambo come out, because we have seen the Porsches dominate quite a bit across this series. So to have the Lambo come out and take number 1, and we've got a Porsche in number 2. So Lamborghini versus Porsche, 2 European supermarques at the head of the field, notwithstanding a few other cars that really want to take those positions off them anyway. So I think it's all set up for an awesome race. I think the pros of the GTM Pro have really put their foot down in that session and pulled out some incredible times. So just dipping into the 36s there is something special.
Yeah, and he did it with a best in session 23.099 in sector 1. So it's at a purple section, and I believe we've actually got some footage from our reporters down at the track to show you at this point in time, and we'll go to that now.
So here we are at the Aston Martin Racing Parts Garage. A lot of viewers may be interested, how many parts, components, consumables does a race team bring with them to each race weekend? The great news is a lot of the manufacturers will support their racers on track with parts containers and supply such as this. So throughout the weekend, the teams can come along, buy the parts they need, replace any parts that might get broken over the weekend, and it's a much easier way, and thanks to the manufacturers, a better way for their customers to go racing. So let's go have a look at what's inside with Aston Martin Racing. So pretty much everything a team might need, apart from the chassis, to rebuild an Aston Martin this weekend is available through the team at Aston Martin Racing Asia. Consumables like brake fluids, discs, brake pads, all of the traditional consumables are available here through the different flight cases, right through to windscreens for the cars. If a car's involved with a shunt, we've got splitters and body panels up here that the teams can come and use to replace the car, repair the car. and then additional parts, carbon fibre, body parts, the whole lot. So everything is here, easy for the competitors to come and get, and a great facility that I note too is insulated, so it's nice and temperate inside here for Wayron and the team. But this is a great support mechanism for the guys that are racing Aston Martins here this weekend. Also, guys, with the English commentary, the Aston Martin team are keeping an eye on you here, watching the commentary and the coverage of this event right here in the park.
Okay, well, there you go. That's a glimpse into what Aston Martin are doing to support the categories, because they're just about to roll out on track. The GT3 categories are going into their qualifying in just a few moments, and the Aston Martin Vantage has been a personal favourite of mine. I'm a big Aston Martin fan. In terms of sim racing, I'm always trying to grab myself the Aston Martin GT4 and get laps in that whenever it's available, Pete. But up and down the garage, it's that support from the manufacturers is so critical, because should the worst happen, you need to know that you can put that car back together in time to go racing.
No, absolutely. I mean, some people who are new to motorsport just think that it's like the manufacturer gives people a car and they drive it out on track. But the support from the manufacturers. It's not just that; it's help with the engineering, the setup of the car. How do you set the suspension up to get the most out of it? But it's also help if they have a little bit of touch, like we saw in the last qualifying session. It's help with getting parts that come off the factory. To be able to replace fenders and things like that, replace mirrors, all those little things that can fall off that are car components, not race components. And that's where the manufacturer support really comes in handy for those that are backed by a manufacturer. So, it brings a lot of interest to the sport. But what does the manufacturer get back out of it? Aston Martin gets back out of it development for their own race cars, so they can take things off the racetrack and learn how to tune some of their higher end race cars. And you see some of that technology coming in, and over 10, 15 years, you end up seeing it on the road. So that's how it works with manufacturers in motorsport. It's wonderful to have Aston Martin on board for this series. I think it's really important that that they're around the world, and it's just it brings just another level of professionalism to the Thailand B-Quik Super Series.
And one car I'm very, very keen to see is the number 89 entry, the Honda NSX GT3 car, run by Singer Motorsport Team Thailand. And that is a very, very special GT3 car. It's been a while since I've seen one of these in action. And they're a different layout. The Audi R8 Evo is the popular of the GT3 cars up and down the pit lane, Pete. But that Honda NSX, that is always a beauty. And there's a lot of love for the Honda manufacturer over in Thailand. You'll see that in the Super Eco and the Super Compact classes later today.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got 9 cars out track. 7 of them are GT3 Pro cars and 2 of them are GT3 AM cars. So the 2 AM cars to look out for, car number 27 and car number 90. Let's see if Lin Hao and Chu Hung Chen can get in amongst the pros and upset some of the times there.
Listen to those Audi engines winding up as they go past our trackside microphones. It is really, really important to embrace the GT3 culture and the engines as well. Let's run you through the competitors for this weekend's GT3 category. In the number 9 entry will be Manat Kulapalanot and Natapong Hotungkung. They'll be in the Lexus RCF GT3, driven out of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. In the 25 entry will be Adasak Tangpancharan and Akash and Nandi. They've been incredibly quick this season for B-Quik Absolute Racing, the RDR8 Evo. The 26, driven by Team Oda, Henk Kicks and Eshin Pieris is another of the RDR8 Evos for B-Quik Absolute. And the first of the Audi R8 GT3 Evo 2 cars is the number 27 entry, driven by Li Zhuanyu and Lu Wenlong for Absolute B-Quik Racing. Team limitations is why you see the differences in the team names as well. Only have 3 cars out of 1 team garage. So for Absolute B-Quik, they switch the names around. They become B-Quik Absolute for their primary team and Absolute B-Quik for their secondary teams. The number 55 entry, which is one that our international fans will be keeping an eye on, has been incredibly quick right throughout the season for Vincent Fiorendo and Marcus Winkelhock. B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi R8. And then the 65 entry of Douglas Koo and Dominic Ang for Viper Nisa Racing. That was the Aston Martin support hauler that they had in the background of that previous video for Aston Martin Racing Vantage GT3 car. We're going to see the support from that team. The 89 for Voravud, Biron Bakhti and Carlo Van Dam for Singer Motorsport Team Thailand in the Honda NSX. We'll be keeping a very, very close eye on that car, and the number 90 Yin Chen, and I don't have the complete name for the secondary driver for that car, unfortunately, at this point in time, is one of the BMW entries. And then we jump over to the number 5 entry, as well as Lin Huao and Huang Rohan in the last, the Audi R8 EVUs for Absolute B-Quik Racing. So that's your GT3 entries, ladies and gentlemen, up and down the field as they start to set their first lap times. This will be the lower rated of the drivers in behind the wheel. So we have a mixture of bronze, silver, gold, and platinum drivers throughout the weekend. And this will be the lower rated drivers to start the session, Pete.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing to look out for in this qualifying session is the current championship leader, car number 55, with Ferrendo and Winkelhock at the wheel, 6 points ahead of the Lexus RCF car number 9 of Mana and Natapong, so who are on 81 points. So look out for those cars 55 and car number 9. That is effectively the fight for the championship in this category.
Have a look at the two stablemate cars lined up out on track, and Vincent currently giving his teammate a bit of a tow down to turn 3. And have a look at the braking line down in here. This is one of the most intriguing factors and aspects of it. Don't forget that MotoGP goes racing here as well, and incredibly tricky corner to navigate. And for Lijiu, currently not satisfied with the tyre temperatures. We'll be working on those, and the reason for that is because previous lap time was cancelled for exceeding track limits, and for the 55 that was 100% track limits exceeded down there at I believe that was turn 4. So run into turn 5, that will be trying to split those cars up, and everyone's looking for that little bit of fresh air out on track at this point in time, Pete, as we see track limits get exceeded left, right and centre.
Well, absolutely, and we can see by the timing of that notification, the race director's timing technology is on the ball. So, these drivers have no doubt if they do exceed the track limits, they're going to get a message, or their team's going to get a message quick, smart. They'll relay it to the drivers so they can drive and reset and have another crack in the fast lap. So, we're on them. We're on them. These drivers cheating the tracks. That no longer happens at these high-tech circuits.
So something we'll actually do as well is we'll give you a little bit of a weather update live from the track in between qualifying 1 and qualifying 2 for the GT3s. Don't forget that there will be 2 sessions, one for each of the races. That's how it works. You qualify now for race number 7, and the qualifying that comes up will be for race number 8. That will be tomorrow. We'll be seeing the GT3s in action as well from the entirety of the weekend. Voravud, and this is the Honda NSX that we were very, very excited to see this weekend. And that is another car running wide at turn number 1. So that was a slam dunk in terms of that lap time being deleted. And one of the things you've got to be careful running that wide out of turn 1 as well, Pete. That's a lot of dust and dirt on the tyres that will have to work off. But in the meantime, we're actually going to jump quickly to Troy in the pits to give us a little bit of a weather update with what's going on live at the Podium circuit.
Hi guys, just down here in the B-Quik pits, the commencement of GT3 session, and I can confirm that the air temperature has just hit 30 degrees. Track temperature has been recorded by the team at B-Quik as 33 degrees, and overnight we didn't have any rain here, so you'll probably find some quicker temperatures this morning, given that there's less humidity in the air, although for winter, 33 degrees doesn't sound like much of a winter to me.
Well, that's winter, apparently, over in Thailand. We're sitting over here in the middle of summer, and I'm just thinking, my God, I would never survive summer sitting over there in Thailand. But yeah, again, we're still trying to get over there in the middle of summer to go to the Bang Sang Grand Prix. In the meantime, everyone's sort of sitting down. One of the difficult things, Pete, and I mean, you've done this in terms of sim racing. you're a bit of a race director, a bit of a steward. You love looking into what causes an incident, who's at fault, and how the penalties get overlaid. But one of the things I think you're incredibly happy about is you don't have to deal with track limits in terms of sim racing.
Oh no, absolutely. We get that automatically, and you can see that they're popping up incredibly. So, 3 cars at turn 3 on the last lap. We just lost the times there, but car 55 as well, turn 7, car 55 at turn 4. So these guys are really pushing the limits, and essentially they're doing themselves in because at the moment it's the Audis that were. The Audi R8s were holding the fort, but Mana in the Lexus RCF just popped himself into P2 there with a 37.9, but that Audi number 25 of Adisak and Akash with a 136.3. That's a long way ahead. But what we don't know with these other cars and their championship league cars getting the track limit violations and losing the times, we don't know if that 36.3 is special. But I suspect that cars 55 and 89 and 26 are going to get closer to that without those track limits happening. So head down, and you can see that the 27 car just popped over the white line again. I would expect that might be another track limits infringement. And you can see that the cars, they're just going over the white line. And for those that are watching, the curb's not actually part of the track. The track's defined by the white line. So if a whole car goes off the white line, then essentially that becomes a track limits issue. If they go over the curb, they're pushing really, really hard. So yeah, track's there. So we'll see how that comes over.
Yeah, everyone's settling down in the meantime. And one of the biggest things, I think, the 25 car for me has looked incredibly potent all season long. Whoa, there's the NSX. Well, where is that? That nearly looks like that might be in the final sector, I think, on the run through. So for Voravud, get an update for you. That is actually on the run down. I think that might be the exit of turn 3, actually. That's where he's currently parked.
That's it looks like it. We got him on the track at the entry to turn 3. So along on that no turn along the first main straight, it's about a kilometre long. But he's just popped off the screen there. But it looks like it looks like it's on the exit of turn 3. He's just lost it. Maybe got on the throttle just a little bit earlier and a little bit of oversteer. And once you lose it, you lose all the aero. The mechanical grip goes away, and these cars just have a bit of a spin. So a little bit of patience on the corner exit, and I think the car will recover fine.
Yeah, one of the things that I have noticed throughout the season thus far is Adisak is probably, if you have a look up and down the field and you look at you wouldn't say amateur drivers, because I don't believe, amateur is, for me, amateur is the wrong term for a lot of these guys that are actually out there. But Adisak and Akash Nandi are probably the closest together in terms of the entirety of the driver pairings. And indeed, Adisak's actually just gone quicker, setting a 36.020. So in terms of things, they are actually probably the preferred driver pairing out of this field, and they're incredibly quick. But the problem is when they hand back over to the co-drivers, and the 27 cars now around as well, so a lot of the drivers exceeding that rear grip level and just letting the rear end of the car probably come away from them. But he's incredibly quick in terms of this field. It's the secondary drivers that are the faster drivers. The 55 car, we obviously know, will have Marcus Winkelhock behind the wheel. The only platinum rated driver within the field is the Supreme driver in and amongst some of those guys. So in terms of this advantage that they've got right now, it does get eaten away when they put the secondary drivers back in the car.
A little bit, but remember, this sets the grid for race 1. And there's the 25 car is only 16 points behind the 55 car in the lead of the championship, with 25 points up for grabs for the race. What's missing? The 25 car. It's been super fast, but it also had 2 DNFs. So race 3 and race 4, it had DNFs. So had that car raced had that car finished race 3 and 4, I think we would see the 25 actually competing for the championship a lot closer within that 16-point margin. But mathematically, they can still win the championship. So all is to play for. 25 points up in each of the races today and tomorrow, so 50 points in total, and 16 points separates P1 to P3 in the championship. In fact, it's only 19 points separates P1 to P4. So it's actually quite a close championship, and we'll see. So it kind of makes these qualifying sessions, really important. But again, with a 1 hour race, there's time to make up There's time to make up for a poor qualifying with a smaller field, but they've also got to think about what they end up with in terms of their pit stop handicap when they do get the compulsory pit stop, and they've got to take it.
So just looking at the 55 entry, I've just been passed some information. We will have an update on this car as the weekend progresses, unfortunately. But I can tell you at the moment, it looks like Marcus Winkelhock might actually have a line through him at this point in time. We're still waiting for more information to come, which we will have in between the two qualifying sessions to give you an update on that one. There is the BMW entry, who did incredibly well last time out at Sepang. This car was phenomenally driven when we stepped away for our Malaysian away round. And don't forget as well, the GT3 cars also went off and ran at the Singapore Grand Prix, and all the drivers actually had a phenomenal time out and over there. It was such a unique experience to get away and drive at the Singapore Grand Prix. And a GT3 car, that would be an absolute tough ask of the drivers to drive one of these cars around the Singapore Grand Prix track.
Well, I mean, yeah, they've had a street race. The Singapore Grand Prix track, yeah, it's a street race, but it's not quite as tight as the round they had in Thailand. So, yeah, I think it'd be wonderful. You just can't spin, because we all know that at street circuits, at a concrete line, as soon as you have a spin, you can sort of bend the car, and it costs a lot of money to repair it. So, but what a wonderful opportunity! Showcase yourself in front of the world's most talented, motorsport people. Get out there and put on a show in some what are essentially, the fastest road cars we've got, because F1, they're race cars, they're not road cars. So this is a fabulous opportunity for everybody to get out there and be seen by the world's best.
Let's have a look at the lap times as it stands with only 1 more minute left in terms of qualifying standings. 36.020, 9/10 clear at the top of the charts is Adasak as it currently stands in the 25 entry. But it's in behind him, Yin Yu in the number 90 car. The BMW M4 GT3 driven by AII will have teammate Kevin to get behind the wheel for the secondary of the qualifying performances. The number 18 entry, which unfortunately I can't actually give you much in terms of that car and its background at this point in time, but it's Li Juanyu and Lu Wenlong for Absolute B-Quik Racing Team in the 18 entry. Is sitting in P3, and they're only a tenth apart, in less than a tenth of a second apart for P number 3. And have a look at how close it is between Voravud and that 89 Honda NSX car as well, and Manat in the number 9 for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. That is going to be an intense battle that we're going to see tomorrow. Hank Kick's a little bit off the pace, 1.3 seconds further down, but he is incredibly closely followed by the 27 entry, and it was the 25, 26, and 27 that had a phenomenal battle at the tail end of the Bong Seng Grand Prix on the Saturday's racing action. It was door to door, it was wheel to wheel, there was absolutely nothing in it, and then it continued on the Sunday as well, including one of probably the most controversial moves that we've had in racing this season. It was a pass in the deemed permanent yellow flag sector that was proved to be okay, because one car ran so far offline they were deemed to not be effectively worth holding their position, Pete, and that's always a tough one to rule on, but there won't be any of that here at Chang.
No, and Manat, who's on screen now, looks like he's set. Was having a go. He was up in the first sector. Looks like he finished around about the same time. Things really eye-opening to me. Aside from the 25 car of Adasak, the next 4 cars are within 0.4 of a second. So I think we're going to see a really close race between the AMs of the Pro-Am combination. So really interesting to see how they mix that up, because of the that time it's really close. And just the car 89 had a track limits infringement on that last flying lap. At 0.2 of a second to get another position on the grid. But anyway, it looks like we've got a nice close GT3 race coming up. Well done to all competitors who got out there and set some flying lap times. So that was pretty good.
Yeah, so now we'll pass it down to our in-pit lane expert, Troy Williams. He's got a little bit of an update for us on the driver that we're expecting to see in this secondary session of the number 55.
Quick update on car 55 in GT3. Vincent Florendo and Luca Engstler who are competing for the championship title this weekend. Normally partnering Vincent in this car would be Marcus Winkelhock, but Marcus has had to call in sick this weekend. So Luca Engstler, a factory Audi driver with DTM, has got the call up, was in Asia on holiday. Luckily he had the race suit sent across to Thailand, and he steps into the hot seat now to partner Vincent for this important weekend as they challenge for, or as Vincent challenges for the championship.
Well, that was incredibly lucky to have a DTM driver on standby that they could call up, and I guarantee that there would have been a few moments of panic for the number 55 entry. And for Marcus, I mean, he's driven an incredible series thus far. I mean, just an incredible driver, Pete. But yeah, sick on what is one of the most important days of the championship.
Absolutely. Oh, that's hard to take for Marcus, but hopefully, he gets well better. And Vincent's got a good driver in there. Maybe we should go on holidays in Thailand more often when these events are on, Scott.
Maybe I should buy a race suit. That is footage from earlier in this season back at the Bang Seng Grand Prix. That is how close the racing action is. Indeed, the racetrack was literally just over to his left-hand side. The pit lane entry is just in behind those umbrellas as well. That was Marcus Winkelhock when we went on holiday. He thought it was such a novel experience, wanted to get a photo by the sea in his race suit, which is something that it just doesn't have. There's only a couple places right around the world. Actually, one of them's here in Australia with the Gold Coast, the ex-IndyCar race, effectively. The IndyCars came over and ran on the beaches in the Gold Coast as well. There's so few locations you get to do that in and around the world, and that's also one of the biggest takeaways from the Thailand Super Series. Is it's just a unique series as well.
Yeah, or a racetrack by the sea. I think mostly you get golf courses by the sea, and it creates a windy and a challenge. But anywhere you are near the sea, you normally get a good breeze anyway. So a racetrack by the sea is good to see. But I don't think the ponds that we've got are going to cause the same breeze, but they are there, as you talked about earlier. They're purposely there in the middle of the track to actually create a bit of breeze and reduce the humidity, such as the way that the air and the humidity work. So, I'll
tell you what, actually, if there is one track that you probably, or one section of the world that you probably don't want to go away, be ill, and then be in a race car, it is right down and around the equator, which Thailand obviously is that humidity level. Feel sorry for Marcus in terms of things, but trying to drive and manage a race car, manage yourself across the weekend is difficult already in these conditions. To add illness in it was too much. I think it's absolutely the right call. Having a little bit of a look through the background and what actually goes into everything that's a part of Thailand Super Series. A lot of this is, like we've already talked about with our GTM cars so far this weekend in terms of qualifying. Have a look at the number of different manufacturers, different types of cars. We've got Porsche Cup cars racing Ferrari 488 Challenge cars racing Lamborghini Super Trofeos. This here is the Dyno Dynamics Dynotech. There is a little bit of looking into the engines, how they work, where are their torque curves, what can we do to try and bring the entire field together. And Pete, from a technical perspective, that is nigh impossible with the breadth of cars and the breadth of categories that got available to us across the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's such a wide-ranging breadth of categories here today. So, next up we're going to see super compact class, and we're talking about Honda Cities, Honda CRZs, Honda Jazz. These are small passenger cars with a little bit of aerodynamics, a little bit of brakes, and a little bit of power compared to what we just saw on track. But needless to say, I've been to quite a lot of races in my life, and some of the best racing you see is not so much from the faster cars, because essentially the faster cars can pull away from each other. Some of the best racing you see is the door-to-door banging of the lighter, smaller, less powerful cars, because they don't necessarily get to pull away from each other with awesome power and superior mechanical grip. And what it does, it puts more onto the drivers in terms of their ability to actually drive the car, find the right lines, make the use of late braking, get under each other, look after each other, not put them off, and the cars will swap positions in these smaller car classes. That's my findings of different things. And we go from that through to the super compacts, the GTCs we've got, which are another fast car with super ecos coming up. And we've also got some truck racing coming up. So it'll be interesting to see how the Thailand truck racing compares to the truck racing that we got in Australia with the LS1s in it. So I'm excited to see what that brings us to. So a big day ahead, and I think it's going to be exciting.
There's the hood up on the 65 car there, which will be Dominic Ang behind the wheel for qualifying number 2. As we cross things, and I believe we've actually got another quick report coming to you from the pit lane, just an update coming through.
Green tyres also going on for Quali 2. These are a set of tyres that have just come off car 55. So again, looking to increase temperature in the tyres in Quali 2.
Righto, so green tyres being thrown at these cars as well, and they're looking to get that pressure up a little bit higher as well for such a short qualifying performance, Pete. They want to get these tyres up to temperature nice and quickly so they've got the ability to put down those lap times, and whereas you might run the pressures maybe just that fraction lower for a race trim to look after the tyre across the course of the stint. So pit lane about to be opened up, but it was, I don't know whether or not that was concern around the Viper Nizza racing team car, that Aston Martin. They had the hood off of that car. I don't think necessarily they were looking at things. They were just sticking the car sort of together. Just having a quick look under the hood whilst you can. It doesn't seem to be a huge amount of concern. And we've got another report actually coming your way live from the pit lane currently.
Just down here in pit lane between the two qualification sessions, it seems a lot of teams are struggling with a bit of setup this morning, being a lot cooler than all of the practice sessions have been on previous days, coupled with a harder compound tyre that the teams have moved to this weekend. It just seems a few of the teams are having trouble with track limits in that earlier session due to setup and trying to get these tyres in the correct operating window in much cooler conditions than they've been used to in the earlier practice sessions this weekend. So a lot of teams putting additional pressure into the tyres right now and look for those track limit issues to be better in Quali 2.
Talk to me a little bit about that, Pete, because when Troy was talking to us earlier on about the track temperature, it was only a 33-degree track temperature. Obviously, that's going to come up as the sun gets more on the track, but we're going through a phase where the track is warming up. Trying to get these tyres into that operating window is really, really difficult in these conditions because this is the earliest these guys have run all weekend long.
So there's a couple of factors that go in. Tyres is incredibly complex, but to try and keep it simple, these cars don't have tyre warmers, so they don't start on the car at the ideal temperature for the car to race in. So essentially, they've got to start with a lower amount of pressure in them, i.e. less air mass, and then as the tyre rotates and grips, that air mass builds up heat, and as air heat expands, and because it's contained within the rubber, that pressure increases to what is the ideal pressure for the tyre. The ideal pressure is one that allows the flat surface of the tyre to maximise its friction area whilst the car is going around the corner. And what it also does is, as the tyre speeds up, it'll actually minimise the friction area on the straight to actually reduce the element of drag. We're talking like, right in the micro specifics of car racing design here, and actually how to get those last few tenths out of a car. So what they do is they're trying to find the right air pressure to actually start in the tyres, so that over this warm-up lap the tyres heat up to that ideal pressure, and therefore they're maximising their contact with the racing surface and therefore getting the most grip out of it so the car can turn the better. So that's I guess that's a way I can explain it in layman's terms for everybody to understand.
Now, we're just keeping an eye on this 25 car. Now, earlier in the season, we did see for the 55 entry at the Bongsan Grand Prix, they had a clutch failure in their pit stop, and they could not get that. It took them a very, very long time. They basically ruined their race trying to release the car from the pit lane. But for the 25 car, whatever the issue was, a little bit of Control-Alt-Delete, a little bit of turn it off and turn it on again from the IT support on the radio has managed to get that car running again. But in the meantime, that has actually triggered a red flag within the session. They didn't want that car stranded in that section of the track with cars coming around at a high rate of knots. They managed to get that car far enough off to the right-hand side. And we've got another update, I believe, of how the drivers are in this red flag situation. We're going to try and get you an update on how the drivers are actually keeping cool throughout the weekend.
As you can see, a lot of the drivers and teams using these industrial strength fans to try to keep cool, but one of the cool little contraptions you see down here in the B-Quik pit in Luca's helmet area here. Each of the drivers has a little section to put their gloves and helmet, and in here is a powered fan. That's a powered fan with airflow coming up through the helmets to cool them off in between sessions, so when the drivers go back and put the helmet on for when they hit the track, hopefully it's nice and dry and cool.
I think dry and cool is probably the key factor to those helmets, trying to get the sweat out of those helmets. So I had racing helmets when I was a kid racing around in motocross. In the middle of summer, trying to keep that thing dry was incredibly difficult. And as I've gotten older and I've gotten a little bit more rounder, trying to keep helmets of any description cool for an extended period of time has been incredibly difficult, let alone trying to keep that cool with a full-blown fire suit on these guys. That is incredibly important to the drivers when they jump in the car. They do not want a sweaty, hot helmet to be the first thing they place on their head.
No, absolutely. And in a humid environment, a water cooler doesn't work. So the sort of thing you might use down south, Scotty, in really dry, hot weather, a water evaporative cooler, they're no good in these sorts of circumstances. So you've got to get some form of air conditioning and reduce the moisture in the air to get that drying effect. So, some equipment to think about, and you've also got to understand the environment before you buy that equipment. Otherwise, you're wasting money. But it's good to see that the teams have thought about everything, how to maximise the comfort for their drivers, even during those little sessions where they come out and haven't seen an ice bath yet that we see in Australia, but maybe that's something we'll see in the future, and Troy can track it down for us.
Yeah, we might try and see if we can get Troy to jump in and test one of those ice baths out and report that he never wants to be a race car driver, if that's what's going on there. It's really important, driver management across the weekend, and you'll actually hear a little bit about it. So we did do an interview piece actually earlier in the week with Jalen McLaughlin, who is participating in the Trans Am car as a part of the GTC category, is also in the Thailand Super Pickup class as well. Double duties across the weekend, Pete, in a highly fatiguing environment like this. Not easy.
Well, it's not easy, but it's also why race car drivers spend a lot of time in the gym, a lot of time cycling and running to make sure that their cardio fitness is up as high as it can be. I mean, these guys don't run around the football field, like we see guys in soccer and Aussie rules and rugby. For all intents and purposes, for some, people think they just sit there and turn a steering wheel. But essentially, they are top level athletes, and they've got to be as fit as any of those guys you see running around a footy field, if not fitter, because the fatigue element of driving any one of these cars, and anybody who's listening can go and have a go. Go to your local go-kart track. Go and have a 20-minute session in a go-kart, and you come out and tell me. If you're not fit, you'll come out and you'll tell me how much work you need to put in the gym to be able to get better at just doing that. And that's just something simple as a go-kart, let alone driving around a 1-ton or thereabouts car for an hour straight. So top-level athletes and top-level athletes have got to get used to working at high altitude, working in high humidity, working hot conditions as well as working in cold. So never underestimate the fitness of a pro-level race car driver.
One of the things that's actually really, really important, and this is something I've actually fallen afoul of personally in my own racing career as a junior motocross rider as well, drivers that cause a red flag. Generally tends to be that if you cause yourself a red flag, that you're actually excluded from the remainder of that session. Because I think that red flag was probably triggered a little bit hastily. I'm not 100% confident on that decision. Students have actually come across and said, yeah, that 25 car, happy for that to go back out on track. It's not necessarily caused a major incident. We don't need to repair that car. We don't need to re-inspect that car. Don't need to re-scrutineer a car before it returns to the track. So for Adasak, who's now to be Akash and Andy, who will now be behind that wheel of the number 25 car, that they're all okay for that one to continue after the control alt delete was kicked on. As for track limits, as the drivers continue to struggle with the tyres and getting them into their optimum condition, you get the feeling lap 2 is probably not going to be the optimum lap for these guys. Car 90, GH Team AAI BMW has exceeded track limits on this current lap. But for the meantime, lap times are starting to come through, and it's the 55 entry with Luca behind the wheel at this point in time, who's going to set the first lap time, and it is indeed a good one, 1:34.984. And I believe the car that we're actually just watching as well, no, sorry, my apologies, it's car number 89 has had a lap time deleted. So for the stewards this weekend, for the qualifying session that we're currently looking at, they are all hands on deck, looking at every little bit of advantage the drivers are trying to sneak. And if there's one thing we know about race car drivers, Pete, they want to take every advantage they possibly can.
Absolutely, and the more professional they are, the more they like to cheat the circuit is one way I like to call it. But what they're trying to do is essentially make the circuit as straight as possible to be able to stay at as high speed possible. But to do that, you've really got to test the boundaries of the circuit, test the patience of the race director, and unfortunately, there's now proper technology at most of the race circuits that are keeping these guys honest. And I really like it because it means that everybody's got exactly the same boundary to be able to race in. And if you go outside that boundary, your race lap doesn't count. So I really like that we've now got that technology. We can keep these guys honest. What it means is we don't see lap records broken as often because we don't get some cheeky new pro come out and find another way to cut a corner and find a half a second. But the good thing, one thing I've noticed here, the cars are really spread out. So unlike the last qualifying session where the cars were a little bit closer together, they're all really spread out. So they're not necessarily going to impede each other through that sort of 5 through to 11 corner sector, but they might get a little bit of aero advantage from each other from the distance on the long straights between turns 1 and 3 and 3 and 4.
And this is our gold-rated driver of the weekend as well, the number 89 entry. Obviously, we saw the Honda NSX pushing on in that first session, and the rear end of that car came around for Vorud Birambakdi. Unfortunately for the Thai driver, well, now they're going to have the Netherlands driver of Carlo Van Dam, the only gold-rated driver in the field this weekend. And the last time that we saw this driving combination, it was a Ferrari 488 GT3 entry. That car walked away from a huge accident at the Bang Seng Grand Prix. We did not see it at Sepang, and the reason for that, they were discussing what they were going to do with that car. The original discussions that circulated around this car was that Singer Motorsports outfit were looking at potentially moving from there into a Ferrari 296. It was very, very difficult to source parts to get the 488 back out on track. Well, they've made their decision about what car they're going with for the future, and it's the Honda NSX. And personally, big fan of that decision.
Yeah, and as I said, car number 90 has just lost their last time with a track limit exceeded at turn 3 again. So these guys are still pushing it. Interestingly, the Adasak Akash car, the car 25, the one that calls a red flag, currently on a hot lap has set a purple sector for sector 1, sitting in 8th on their timing screens right now. But I think we're about to see that car 25 jump up near the front suddenly.
So everyone's starting to try and push on in terms of qualifying. Time is running out halfway through qualifying number 2 for race number 8 of the Thailand Super Series GT3 category. And it's been an awesome season thus far. It's been an absolute pleasure. This is something, if you just said to me at the start of the year, Pete, that we'd be talking about GT3 cars going around Chang Buriram International Circuit, I would have laughed at you. But I tell you what, it is such a pleasure. It's such, just a raw joy to be able to share the love of car racing and commentary with you guys. For the number 55 car, back in pit lane. This looks to be a tyre change for Luca Engler at the moment.
Yeah, and they look like they've still got stickers on, so that's a green set of tyres going on the number 55 car. Currently sitting in P1, so that's a provisional pole at this stage. Coming out, so they've broken this qualifying session up into 2 with green tyres. So I wonder if they use green tyres at the start of that session.
Whether or not Luca's come back in with more feedback from that car and said, hey, the pressures are a little bit too low still. We need to come up. I'm not quite getting the grip that I'm necessarily chasing. This now begs the question, these guys, when they race later in the day today, what are they going to do in terms of tyre pressures? Because we've already seen the number of dramas that they had in that first session. The adjustments have been made. They only had 15 minutes. So you would have thought that maybe this session was a fraction too short to make those adjustments. No, there are guys getting around in the background that have done that. So they'll have probably a set of scuffed tyres now for one of the races to do a tyre adjust on those cars. Surely that means that the best life out of those tyres, that brand spanking new green tyre, has now been taken away from these guys. And in terms of the GT3s this afternoon, what time are they next back out on track? 4 p.m. local time. So currently over in Thailand, approaching 9:30 a.m. These guys have got a long time. It's not until the back end of the day, and theoretically when the circuit's maybe going to be at its hottest peak.
Well, that's right. I mean, the temperature doesn't necessarily drop off in Thailand like it does here, but so the track will retain some warmth, and it becomes really critical for the first driver. So again, the lower rated drivers, so most of the bronze drivers, their feedback in that first session of the race becomes critical to see whether the team actually takes that feedback and makes a pressure adjustment for the second set of tyres that go on. So, so we don't just have we're not just relying on a bronze driver in the race now, just driving the car. They've now got to give feedback for a higher level driver to get in and finish the race off with a faster car. So, there's a whole lot of pressure and a whole lot of element on, somebody who you look at and you go, hey, he's the bronze driver, so he's just in there to fill the gap. No way. They're not there to fill the gap. They're there to be part of the team.
I mean, it's always really interesting as well to see what they learn from their higher layered drivers as well. Sometimes it's an opportunity to get into the outfit and have a look at what everyone else is doing, how they're looking at the data and whatnot. But for the entirety of the B-Quik Absolute Racing squad, albeit this is the only car currently still circulating that has not come back to the pit lane to make that tyre adjustment, have another crack at the session, have another crack at getting those tyre pressures. And for those guys, they need to be exiting the pit lane right now. They will only get 2 to 3 flying laps on that fresh set of tyres. For right now, the 55 entry is one of the guys that's come back in and tried to grab himself a fresh set of rubber with some adjusted tyre pressures. They are now on their first flying lap since coming back through the lane. Times are reasonable through the first sector, not great as they try and improve their time. For the 18, they're on their out lap as well. So a lot of cars have actually come back through the pit lane and tried to make some adjustments here, Pete, and we're about to see if the proof is indeed in the pudding.
No, and the last car to come out of the pits is a 25 car, currently on an outlap now. So they've just gone in and they've come out with 3 minutes 50 left to go. So they'll get around and they'll have one flying lap on what is presumably another set of green tyres with adjusted tyre pressures. So, we'll find out if they've got it right. They're currently sitting in P4 of the qualifying. So, we'll see whether Akash has got it. They put the car on pole for the first race, but can Akash do a double for that team and get the car up against some really tough competition that he's got here? And he's got a little bit of time to find, right? He's got about 0.6 of a second to find. So that's a fair element amongst this close field.
Have a look at the Carlo Van Dam. I don't think he'll necessarily be overly happy. One of the issues with bringing a new car combination to a circuit like this is, well, you may not necessarily have the kilometers under your belt. You'll still be learning the ins and outs of this car. For Carlo, surely he'll be able to bolt himself into a car and be reasonably quick straight away, but it's not the 90% things, the things that you should be expected to do. It's those 1, 2, 3%ers, and indeed he's going to bail out in the pits with 2 minutes on the board. There is no opportunity for that car to get back out and get one more qualifying lap, so maybe preserving a little bit of tyre life for later in the weekend. You won't be able to tell, but for the meantime, it is an Audi that sits in P number 1, and for the number 18 entry, they've got control of P number 2. It's 27 with Huang behind the wheel, currently all the way down in 5th that we've got on screen at this point in time. So the Audi dominance just seems to continue from the Thailand Super Series.
Yeah, and the 25 car's on its flying lap, and it's just set a 23.4, so fastest so far is a 23.1 in that sector, or it'll be faster, but the last for car 55, so a little bit off the pace. So I don't think whatever tweak they've used doesn't seem to work immediately for the 25 car. We'll see how it goes for the rest of the lap.
Is this then maybe a little bit of an exploratory session? They go, okay, we're happy with the lap times. Let's make some adjustment. Let's get some data. For car number 18, who was pushing on, they have now had a lap time deleted for track limits at turn 7, which is the right-hander heading down to turn number 8, which is not quite the back part of the circuit. So lots of activity up and down, searching for settings, Pete, and getting the magic of tyres. It is a mystical science, being able to whisper to your tyres and extract the most out of them. And these teams, instead of trying to learn the magics of it, they've gone for the hard science approach of let's throw everything at it and learn what we can.
Well, I would say that it's a big call to say we're going to do an exploratory with only one flying lap or maybe 2 flying laps left to go, and you're only 0.6 of a second behind. These guys are pushing it. They're going out for it. I can't see it being exploratory. They want to be pole. Tell me a race driver that's satisfied with fourth. I've never met one in my life that's satisfied with fourth and doesn't think he can make that extra time up to get up to the pole. They're going to have a go.
So we're actually just getting the update on the tyre situation, and what's actually going for these guys is that first set of tyres was to get a heat cycle onto those tyres, I believe, for race number one. I'm not 100% sure. This is coming from our pit reporting crew giving us an update. We're not 100% sure of whether or not it was the first set or the second set was their quali tyres. You assume more than likely the tyres that they wanted to use for qualifying was probably the first set they threw on. But then they also came back in to put a heat cycle into the tyres for race one this afternoon, and it was just about making sure that those tyres were prepped and they weren't brand spanking new green, and they had that shiny edge worn off of them, so at least that fraction rub it in without taking anything away from the tyre.
Yeah, and look, that's important because a heat cycle for a green set of tyres, a heat cycle is actually quite important if you're going to throw them on a hot track, because essentially the compound of the rubber after a heat cycle will just get a little bit tougher. Is probably the best layman's terms, and it makes the tyre more durable, and so potentially that's the tyre they're going to put on for the longer session in the 1 hour race. So that's cars that's teams thinking ahead, thinking through the whole day rather than just going out and blasting a fast lap after fast lap. What is only a 15-minute session, but they're able to use that time on track to prepare for the race. You see what the level of thought that's coming out of these teams in terms of thinking through race one and race two and preparing all of their equipment to get ready for that race.
One of the drivers that went incredibly quickly at the back end of that session as well was the 26 entry, put a purple sector down in sector number 2, green, fastest sector on the board on that last lap of qualifying. So for Eshan Pierres, he had a lot of time there, maybe left. Wasn't necessarily overly happy with the lap. There was still half a second to the leaders in the final sector he could have made, but it looks like he did at least improve that lap somewhat. Akash Nandi as well in the 25 entry also improved his lap late on in the piece. So they pushed that one forward. So ladies and gentlemen, that is your GT3 qualifying run and done. The results will be that the 55 without Michael Swinkelhock for this weekend, and what is a title hunt, they will have Luca Angela to drive for them. He puts it on pole position for race number 8 tomorrow. Adasak and Akash Nandi behind the wheel for the secondary of the qualifying sessions did manage to put the car in a P2, and it was only 0.2 of a second further back from our race. So it was close to 0.2 of a second from our pole position time. 0.6 of a second further back is the 18 entry, and a little bit further back than that, multiple other cars. So ladies and gentlemen, my word, was it, sorry, no, I'm reading the wrong column. I was telling you their last lap times, by the way, so just proving that commentators indeed not the brightest pack of the bunch.
Well, not you, Scotty, but anyway, 1:34.9 was the pole time, and the only car to get into the 34s and that was by Lucas Engstrom. So the rest of the cars, Akash in the Audi 1:35. Wenlong in the 18 car 1:35.3, Eshan in the 26 car 1:35.4. So we're about 0.5 seconds between P1 and P4, and then we've got 1:35.8 by Rohan in the number 27.
Saved by Pete. Thank you very much for saving my bacon there on those lap times, Pete. Thank you for improving that one, making sure we didn't get it wrong for you guys as well. So qualifying for the weekend has now been run and done. The only two categories that were left to qualify today were the GTM GT4 category and the GT3 that we've just had run through. Coming up in not too long from now will actually be the Thailand Super Compacts, which will be starting at 9:55 a.m. local time. With the finishing of GT3 qualifying, that is only about 20 minutes away from us going live with that one. So, ladies and gentlemen, that has been your GT3 qualifying. Keep up to date with us over on the YouTube stream as well. We're live on both speedcafe.com within Australia's YouTube channel, as well as the B-Quik Absolute Thailand Super Series YouTube channel. It's been a pleasure seeing you. We're seeing a number of fans drop back in after the Bung Sen round as well, and keep up to date. If there's any questions you want us to answer, we'll get some information live from our crew down over on the ground. Always happy to provide that for you guys watching along at home. For the meantime, might just step away, take a little bit of a break in proceedings before we get underway with the first of our races for the weekend. Will be Thailand Super Compact, only about 20 minutes away.
understatement.
On the face and see, get you more comfortable to go that little bit further off road. Now, everything to do with off road, and the slower you go, the easier.
Because they've been doing it for so long, and then
hear it, see it, and for me it's been a long journey because I've seen it in the workshop.
The difference about this car compared to a supercar is the downforce. So over the top of the mountain.
Yeah, I think supercars can pretty much hit on the heads. Yeah, it's a nice car. Yeah, really good. I think Zane's obviously a good campaigner. He's been in the main game for a couple of years.
Yeah, it's very different. I think the biggest thing as well with this car,
I'm Greg Russ with you for a brand new season of the KTM Summer Grill here at Speed Cafe.
before we did any fast laps. So compared to when I drove it properly last, paddle shift
Indigenous artwork thrown on a race car. It actually represents us and our partners, so we're really excited.
Butts on the side of the road, not taking the checkered flag with the rear wing pumped off. Chris Chia, your race winner.
Now joining me now at Walkinshaw Performance is Justin Capicchiano, for Performance Program Manager.
Places you can get bogged quite quick. It's just something that I've never really experienced much in my life, and that's why I'm enjoying doing a little bit more of it.
Okay, we're talking tech here at Speed Cafe today. We have the Super Cheap Auto Mustang.
Binder. That's a very basic way of putting it. I'm sure Dr. Laz, the guy from Hogan, who's the expert in this stuff, will cringe when I try and explain it, but it's a plastic binder. It's a very different surface to what you see on the normal stuff.
You did show What's going on there?
Who's that? Watch out. Oh, that car.
Doesn't disrupt the car or unbalance it too much. Might lean on it for a lap and see how we go.
Back to the coverage, ladies and gents. Just taking a few moments away, just sort of take a breather. Well, Pete, I mean, fatigue, we talked about it. It's an 80% humidity over there this weekend. I'll let you introduce this next video. What's the topic we've got coming to us live from the pit lane?
Well, it's got to be the topic of the day. How do you keep cool? How do you keep your equipment cool? How do you keep your drivers cool?
So in between track sessions, each of the teams have a number of demountables like this that are fully air conditioned. You can see here the Toyota team's blacked out windows, everything nice and cool inside, and each of the drivers have an area to retreat between races and keep nice and cool. As you can see, right up and down the back of pit lane, each of the teams have a number of these demountables for their drivers.
Mate, how intense. I mean, you know, I've talked about it. Cricket for me is the closest that I can actually get in terms of personal experience with these drivers. Like I said, motocross experience in the past, but that was when I was a kid, 40-degree days. It was a lot, but they were dry days. The heat was completely and utterly dry. That humidity just sucks the life out of you, Pete. And you cannot have a guy that's racing 200 kilometers an hour, 250 kilometers an hour in the braking zone down to turn 3. He needs to know that he can trust his body to not cramp up when he steps on that brake pedal.
Well, I'll go back to my own experience, right? So, as you know, Scotty, I did a long time in the military, and that's a high level of fitness. It's, for some it's elite level, for others it's a good level, but essentially, when the Australian Army would send someone to Darwin, like post to Darwin for a living, we actually gave them a 6-week period to get used to the humidity, to get used to exercising, walking, running, doing fitness in high humid environments. So for these drivers that have come from around the world, some drivers come from Europe and the UK, where it can be quite cold, it can be quite dry. When you get off the plane and you jump into a high humid environment, it just hits you like a blanket. And those that are super fit, they accommodate to that change in climate a whole lot quicker. But those that are not necessarily as fit, and the ones in my experience, the guys that might have had some medical issues and things like that, haven't been able to maintain a really super high level of fitness. It took them a whole lot longer to be able to get themselves into the climate. So, and again, we go back to the fitness of the drivers. To be able to do that across different climates and, walk into a blanket of humidity, keep yourself refreshed enough, hydrated enough, because you lose a whole lot of sweat when you're in a humid environment. And you feel it, because in a dry environment, when you lose a lot of sweat, it evaporates off your body, and that's what keeps you cool. In a humid environment, you don't get that evaporation effect, because, I think the dew point today is around 23 degrees, which is quite a high dew point, which means anything, higher than that, you've got to be higher than that for it really to evaporate into the air, and not a lot of it's going to evaporate. So the sweat stays on you, it gets into your clothes, and when that gets hot, it sort of superheats. And in a race heat, it becomes like a little bit of a boiler. So it's the kind of environment that you just nobody really wants to be in. But that's where people live, and we've got this absolutely fabulous circuit. So we're out there putting everybody to the test in that environment. It's really good to see, and ultimately the more elite will come to the fore because of the way they've been able to prepare their body, prepare their equipment, and get ready for this environment. But let's go back to track now. It looks like the super compacts are coming out, and we've got a nice big field to get into a race in a few minutes' time.
Well, I tell you what, there is one place that looks rather cool and cold this morning, and that's that signage board above the start-finish line. There were snowflakes in all of that. You won't be seeing any of that that's out there this weekend. In terms of point standings, though, it's going to be an incredibly tightly contested finale here. 86 points is the number of points to lead the championship, currently held by that car that was just on your screen moments ago. The number 14 entry, they'll be starting off the front row, but it will not be pole position for those drivers. So, they've got a title that they've got to go and chase, but they need to be a little bit respectful about it, and they need to make sure that they survive. Big, wide racetracks tend to encourage brave moves, maybe sometimes opportune moves, maybe sometimes silly moves, and you will see a little bit of that throughout the weekend. Some drivers have got not very much to lose. They will just go all in, because why not? A multitude of different manufacturers, cars, and categories up and down the field for this one as well. Super compact is one of the entry level categories right across the weekend. The other one is the super eco. So as soon as you move up and through the go-kart ranks and you want to get into circuit racing, this is going to be what you look for from the Thailand Super Series. This is where the drivers start to get their first tastes of the biggest circuits and start to go racing with each other. In terms of things, your championship leader, Thanaroj Tanasanakate and Chatrafal Jemvashid are your championship leaders in the number 14 car in the Honda CRZ. Have a little bit of a discussion about the manufacturers up and down the field, because there is quite a few of them. There's a couple of different makes of the Honda cars. We do have a Ford Fiesta, Honda CRZs, Honda Cities, Toyota Yaris's as well as a part of the field. And don't forget the Honda Jazz and Jazz GKs as well. Very, very popular cars are the Hondas, and we just saw one of those in the GT3s as well.
And we have a nice little look at the safety car there, all wrapped up with Christmas gifts ready to give somebody a championship present at the end of this round. Let's talk about the championship, Scotty. We've got so 25 points for a win with 2 races to go. The 14 car, 86 points. The 33 car of Chaya Manyagam, 78 points, and in fourth position. So 2 cars that seemingly on 86 points. I think that grid on that spreadsheet I'm looking at has a bit of a double up there, but is 68 points, which is the number 4 car. So with 25 points per race, so 50 points up to grabs. Those first 4 positions look to be only 21 points apart. 22 points apart. So sorry. So there's still a lot to play for. And as you know, in this kind of motorsport, it's really easy to sort of have a bit of a door bang and get a DNF. And if you have a look at the results all down the field, the DNFs are quite random across the field over the first 6 races of this championship. So clean racing is important, and being at the front is important.
Yeah, and if you actually have a look at the results in terms of who won the races earlier in the season as well, when we were back here at Buriram earlier in the season, number 14 car was incredibly quick. They've won multiple races from Buriram round 5 and round number 2. So second race of the weekend earlier in the season from the first round of the year, and I believe it was actually race 5 was actually back here as well for those guys. They did manage to win that one, was the first round. So one on each day of their previous trips to the Buriram circuit. And in terms of things as well, the guys that are sitting in 4th place, Kajon Sak Nasongla, has also managed to have a couple race wins here from Buriram. I believe he also managed to take away a race win from Bung Sen as well. But if you have a look across the rest of his points, there's a 0 there, which means he's finished outside the places that offer points. There's 2, there's 1. There is DNFs up and down the field. And for Thanaroj and Chatrafol, who are in the 14 car, they share that car as well. That DNF has really potentially cost them the opportunity to come to this final round with confidence and say, hey, we just need to finish. We just need to score points. And that says to me, Pete, that we could see safety cars in this 60-minute thriller. There will be a pit stop, I believe, and a driver change for these guys as well. So there's a lot in the offing now, and there's a lot of risk up and down the field as well. And one of the spots that you want to be is where that number 5 car is parked right now on Super Compact Pole.
No, absolutely. And we've had 6 races in this championship. We've had 4 different winners. So this is not one car is the fastest car and it drives away. This is a championship where we're going to see really close racing today. And it's because, we talked about it earlier, smaller cars, a little bit less power, not as reliant on aerodynamics, more reliant on mechanical grip. It really comes down to setup and driverability for qualifying, like getting those lines right for qualifying to set a fast time. But then it actually comes down to how do you drive side by side and really close with other cars, because you're not necessarily going to pull away. So I'm looking forward to how this race pans out, and hopefully we'll see maybe a little bit of door-to-door action. That's always fun for a commentator to commentate, but don't really want to see anybody rubbed out as a result of it. So, but I'm sure the cars are going to be close.
One of the best things, they talk about it in terms of racing right the world over, and you see this from Britain, with multiple different formats of racing over there. Same here in Australia, same, right the way over the world. Bring the cars a little bit closer together, but more importantly, extend the braking distances, take the downforce off the cars, and then it becomes about how you can press the tyre into the ground. It becomes more about driving talent, raw driving talent, and that's what we get with these smaller categories as well. You're going to see, as they come off of turn 1, we're going to be 4, 5 wide. We're going to be potentially up to 6 wide. With these narrow cars, you can fit 6 of them across the track for sure. And earlier in the season, we did actually see multiple times during the racing that they actually were 4 and 5 wide coming off of the exit of turn number 1. It's close, it's door-to-door, it's braking, but it's also going to be about looking after tires. These sorts of cars in a 60-minute race as well, it's not easy. It's about making sure that you've got the car underneath you. Front-wheel drive cars as well, Pete. Those front tires are going to cop a hammering.
No, and I don't think the supercar GT3, GTM teams have turned off here, because quite often it's these categories where younger drivers who've got a whole lot of talent are finding their way through the motor racing scene. And the spotters from those other teams, they'll be keeping their eyes open for the guys in the top 5, top 6 of this championship, because they just might find, tomorrow's race driver for themselves. So they might find, the GT3 champion of the next decade. The young guys that are in a lot of these, smaller cars, that's where they start. That's where everybody else has come through. They come through various categories, of just not lower ends, but slower level motorsport to get to the faster cars and the higher end teams. So the teams haven't turned off. They'll have people focused on their cars for race prep, but also the team spotters will be keeping an eye out on everybody on the grid. So there's a lot to play for. It's not just points in this one race for everyone that's sitting in a car right now.
Yeah, there's always a lot to play for. Anytime you get to go out there, you get to go car racing, there is always a lot to play for, because you can very quickly go from hero to zero. But at the same time, if you're aggressive, you're brave at the right times, there is also an opportunity to go from zero to hero down at turn number 3. And indeed, as everyone starts to leave the grid, I believe we're going to be moments away from doing a bit of a formation lap, getting warmed up in terms of things. The grid list is in, and we'll talk about our gridded drivers, I believe, in just a few moments as well. So there will be some time. There's 17 cars to take the grid for this one. There is a gap a little bit further back in that order, and I think that's probably the fourth last row on the right-hand side of the grid. So I get the feeling it might be a 34 entry of Funapat Funsub, who was deeper in the field, that might be missing in terms of things. That's our pole sitter right there. Thanapatra Sudasawang with a 1:55.804 was 1.2 seconds. Found some extreme time, some extreme pace in that car to put it on pole position. Alongside of him is Stanaroj, who will be in the number 14 entry for race number 7 for the Thailand Super Compact. And then we'll go back to row number 3. It's the 95 entry. Budamont will start this car. Was 0.2 of a second off of being on the front row of the grid, but it's good enough for the 95. He'll be there and he'll be in contention. Off alongside of him is going to be Chanachicha Thanadadakal in the 1:57.479. Again, only about a 0.2 margin further back. Remember, drafting's going to play a big part in these cars as well. And if you can somehow get down the inside and just disrupt the flow of a car ahead of you, that'll be really, really important as well. We'll throw it back to the third row for the 24 entry. Is going to have Thanaporn behind the wheel, 1:57.5, his qualifying time, before we'll move across to the compatriot on the opposite side of the grid, the 18 entry with Fuapon, who's already all bolted in. And look at the excitement on these guys' faces. They want to get out there. They want to get racing. The 33 entry starts off of row number 4 and be the inside on the run down to turn number 1 of Chaya Mwangnam. 1:58.159, and the number 4 is the Ford Fiesta. Chet Boy written all over the side of this car. Kajonsak Nasonkla deep in the field and getting himself all ready and prepped, ready to go. Chonanen Chaitak is the 59 entry off of the inside of row number 5, before we'll throw it back to the 19 entry with Nadal behind the wheel of this car for Toyota Gazoo Racing Team Thailand. In terms of things, before we step further back, that's actually our top 10, which looks to be where we're going to be stopping with that one. There's a lot going on, and these guys are starting to really get set and get ready now. Formation lap time. That safety car's got gifts on the back end of it, Pete. Boy, I'd love a race win for Christmas.
Oh, I think everyone will love a race win for Christmas. I've got to say, Scotty, well done on the pronunciation of those drivers' names. I've got to tell you, that puts us, as primary English speakers, these names are somewhat difficult for us, and I think that's the equivalent of the drivers being in the sweat bath today. is the English commentators trying to pronounce everybody's name. So for all of those from Thailand and other parts of Asia, where we do find it quite difficult to pronounce your name. If we get it wrong, we do apologise up front. But that's the sweat bath we have today. But good luck to all the competitors. It's great to see you all on track.
My word, yeah, the sweat running down my forehead right now of making sure I don't mix up, because it's you want to be kind to the guys that are over there as well, because it's really, really important this series, as well as the drivers' names, same as anyone anywhere right around the world. You want to make sure that you get it right. Sector 1 at this track, very flat out, very fast and flowing. Turn 1, turn 2, the left-hand kink on the run down to turn number 3. From there, it gets tight and tactical. Break the car, pull it up, at turn number 3 in sector 2. Turn 4, a little bit of a kink. Turn 5, and then it's all of the slow sector in sector number 3 before they come back to the start-finish line. The difference between the Thailand Super Compacts and the Super Ecos, one of them is the tyres that are available. They are a slick, a full racing slick. It is bolted onto the super compact cars. The Super Ecos, however, will be running on a cut slick, a semi-slick later on in terms of things. Means that tyre still works quite well, somewhat well in terms of wet weather. And don't forget as well, ladies and gentlemen, we're checking the weather radar. I'm gonna commentator's curse the weather because we've done that absolutely every time. Might be rain in the offering tomorrow. That is the confirmation. Your starting grid. Thanapatra is going to start off of pole position, a single driver entry. Thanaraj is off alongside of him for race number 1. Budamont and Chanachicha off of row number 2, and the first of our female entries on that one. 5th was Thanaporn, and Fuapon is 6th off alongside of him for next to HYB. Chaya M for M&M Racing Team, and the compatriot off alongside of him was the 18 entry. Was the number 4. 9th and 10th is going to be the 59 and the 19 before we move back to the 34 and the 57 on the 6th row of the grid. Before we get back to Adapong and Thanawit, Aki J in 15th and Cheetahfon in 16th for that car in Insane Motorsports 69. And finally, off the back end of the grid is Pongpat for the R2 Racing Team entry. This is your super compact class. Have a look at those cars. Have a look at how small they look in comparison to the width of the track, Pete. Who's going to be the first guy to send it 4 wide?
Well, are you going to send it 4 wide straight away? I mean, we got a long race here. It's 60 minutes plus 1 lap race. So, this is not a short sprint race. This is something where, again, we got pit stops, we got driver changeovers, we've got handicap little times, minimum times pit exit. So we've got all of these things to think about, even though they're in the small car. So long race, I think 4 wide would be pretty silly if you're going to do that at this race. If it was a short sprint race of 7 laps, I'd say bring it on. I reckon we would have had 4 wide, 3 rows deep. But I think you've got to be a little bit smarter when you know you've got a 1 hour race ahead of you.
Yep, and safety car is going to pull away from the field. They are now forming up. The medical car at the back is with them as well. Going to be that rolling start. Just having a quick look at our grid formation as well. For the guys that are down towards the tail end, for the 93 entry, which has Aki Jutarath behind the wheel and a Cheetahfon for the 69. 15th and 16th on the grid. They did have a penalty notice issued to them, which looks to me as if their qualifying times might have been deleted. Whether that was for technical discretions or track limits discretions, we are currently unaware, but they are at the tail end of the field, so keep your eyes on the 93 and the 69 entries to drive their way through. The lights are on as we get set for the first race of the weekend from the Chang International Circuit. Lights are out. Look at the clock begin to tick down. 60 minutes plus a lap, and there is no hesitation for the number 5 entry to get across to the right-hand side of the road. It's chaos as they go into the first corner. 2 wide, just about the bulk of the way through the field as everyone tries to find some time and somebody off wide. Look at the breadth of the runoff area that's being used on the exit of turn number 1 as they head their run down to turn 3. There's already a car in the barrier on the left-hand side of our shot. Driver's right as they come off turn number 1. That will need to be rescued, and that looks like that's gone into the barrier quite hard. That left front suspension, that's broken.
It looks like to be the 95 car of the Honda CRZ, YK Motorsports, has come off there. But yeah, look, a couple of cars, a little bit of understeer and a bit of a tank slapper coming in the and they get out onto that blue bit in between the main circuit and the pit lane exit, and that's full of dust, that blue bit. So, there's no grip out there whatsoever. Upset the cars, and we've got a safety car coming out.
Yeah, and I don't blame that. That was a heavy shot. We just saw the initial contact that triggered that one, but that was a heavy shot to the barrier, because if he's broken the front left upright on that car straight away from that section, I reckon he shot hard across to the right-hand side of that. At least it was the exit of turn 1 when it at least slowed down a bit, so we would have been able to break that car. My word. And that might be the reason that there was actually several cars taken to the runoff area at turn number 1 to try and get around the outside of that one. Everyone sent it in there incredibly deep. And we're on a safety car for the first time here today.
Yeah, well, I didn't think we were going to see 4 wide, but we kind of did. But the car out in the lead, what was that? The number 5 car, I think it was. You see him come right out, fabulous start, and was able to take the best line. So see, it comes right out and take the best line, hit the apex, and all of the other cars were not on the ideal line, and that essentially slowed the whole field up and gave him a little gap. But obviously, he's lost that advantage on the safety car. But yeah, that's a big hit there for the number 5, 95. He's just sort of sent him right into the curb and broken the suspension. So DNF there for car 95.
And the other thing there as well, Pete, was he actually the 24 it was, so it was Stenopon behind him as they run down to get the green flag. Well, it was the 24 car that actually made contact. Now I think they're actually sitting quite a long way up the grid currently. It was one of the blue cars. I swear it wasn't the 18 that currently sits there. I think it was actually the 24, which is a fair bit deeper. And indeed, that's the blue car in the background right there. He squeezed him on the approach to turn number 1. He wasn't quite clear, and then he sort of shut the door on the 95 entry, then runs wide at turn 1 and has the swap end. So, there might be a little bit of a conversation, a little bit of a grievance shared from Budamon after that incident. First and foremost, we hope he's okay. But secondly, for Thanathorn, squeezed him at turn 1 and then made the mistake on the exit.
Yeah, well, it might be the loss of control.
There he is.
Might be the thing that actually upsets it, because essentially, you're allowed to squeeze a driver, right, as long as you give him track room on the inside of the corner. But you've got to be under control. You've got to have every car fully under control. And if you've lost control and it impacted another car, that might be something that I'll have a look at. Whether we see a penalty or not, we don't know. That'll be up to James Taylor and the team up there in race control. But and it's one of those things. It's a start of a race. There's all the cars together. There's a higher frequency and likelihood that cars are going to come together. And essentially, that's where the drivers, particularly in a 60-minute race, have got to be a little bit smarter and go, we just got to sort of settle into this position where we are. We'll find out where we can, where we can sort of find some time over the 60 minutes. But we're now going to lose some racing time as a result of the safety car. The team seems to be picking that car up pretty quick, so I think we're only going to have a couple of laps under safety car, get back to racing. But we go down to a single lane start, so it's not necessarily going to be as aggressive as dangerous. We'll see if the cars get out onto the blue apron again on turn 1 for the start.
I'll tell you what, for the 24 entry, the next BBG Baby Goss Garage racing team entry with Thanathorn behind the wheel. Did you see the level of contact where it was? He would have felt that one right through the car, because effectively that whack in the side of the car just out the driver's window of where he was sitting. So, that would have been felt right through the cage, and it would have been a little bit of a shock for him as well. That was a huge moment, and you're just trying to recover the car at that point, let alone trying to prevent contact. Kept it straight at the cost of the 95, and I get the feeling that it's certainly under review. For sure, they might just try and get this safety car period dealt with as quickly as possible. They'll be recovering 95 entry at this point in time, so I get the feeling that we might do probably one more lap under safety car as they try and recover that car. I want to check in as well if we can with Budamont and double check that the driver is actually okay. So that was a heavy contact though. That broke the front upright and sent the car into the barrier on the right hand side. That's a heavy hit. Heavy hit.
Yeah. For a tin tot to break an upright, that's a fair contact. Let's take a moment now. We've got a little bit of time on the safety car. So what are we expecting for the rest of this race? So the cars do have to do a compulsory pit stop. We know that. The compulsory pit stop needs to be between the 25th and the 35th minute of the race. So, with 35 minutes to go, the window will open. That'll be opened by the race director. The car's minimum pit stop time is a 90-second time. For a single driver, the engine must be switched off for at least 25 seconds during the pit stop. The compensation times for all of these cars, regardless of the combination of categories, essentially it's 15 seconds for anybody who's got a B or an A driver in the car. So for those driver combinations that are 2 C-level drivers, they have just a standard 90 second. The single driver has the 98 seconds. And if you're an A or a B single driver, you have the 98 seconds plus 15. So we're looking at 105 seconds for those, plus or 123 seconds for an A or a B single driver. So there's still a bit of variation there in terms of pit strategy. So really the A and B driver combinations, or those are the A and B drivers, they're really going to want to pull out and get some of the gaps to be able to compensate for that over time. But, as we know, we're going to lose a little bit of time, so essentially it's going to go 50 minutes of racing to pull out that gap that they need to make up through the pit stops. And as we know, Scotty, if you get at that pit exit just a little bit earlier than your allocated time, then you've got to come through the pits again. So.
Yep, it's nearly like it's, we say it, obviously, race car drivers, they're, always looking for every little margin that they can necessarily grab a hold of. But with that one, the risk versus the reward, a drive-through penalty for what may be tenths of a second underneath that time. You're nearly like, we might just take a half a second penalty here just to make sure we never have to, we are on the side of caution in terms of those pit stops. It'll be something that we'll keep half an eye on. It's only a minimum pit stop time. We're not sitting here and saying, well, you can't stay in the pits for 3 minutes. You absolutely can. If you want to sit static in the pit lane for 3 minutes, go nuts. The number of drivers will be taking that will be minimal to none. But we'll be back racing at the end of this lap, and for the 24 entry and the Baby Boss Garage entry, they will be all the way now down at the rear of the field and looking to come back through. It'll be time to sort of check in with the drivers that did have that penalty and removed their lap times from qualifying. So the 93 and the 69 were the two cars we're sort of keeping an eye on. The 69's already all the way up into 8th spot, and the 93 is up to 5th spot. So from the rear of the field, Aki Jutunarath has gained 10 spots, and Cheetah Fon in the 69 entries gained 8 spots as well. So those two guys have been extremely aggressive, cutting their way through the field on the opening lap, and a safety car restart may be just exactly what they're looking for here.
Yeah, no, and that allows them to, they've got the positions, but it also allows them to condense up into the field, and these cars will get a lot closer together as they get closer to the finish line and start-finish line, and for this race to start. So we've got a couple of corners to go. I've got to jump off and shut my cat up so nobody else hears it. Back in a sec.
Maybe the cat's a little bit of a fan of the race cars in the background at Peter Baxter residence, as we bring you coverage live from effectively from the racetrack, but also part and parcel of it is we're live from home. So that is unfortunately part and parcel of it from our perspective. Sometimes the animals do want to come in and communicate with us and be part of the communications. A cat on a broadcast is something that's new to me, but for these drivers, something that's not new to them. Safety car restart. Safety car has made its way back into the lane. 50 minutes left on the board in terms of things. Green flags in the air, and the number 5 wastes no time in getting out the other side. There is the Ford as he tries to kick on and get through his race cars at this point in time, and everyone seems to get away nicely down into turn number 1. There will be one overtake, and immediately trying to grab that one back. So the 93 grabs another spot on the run down to turn number 1. Up 10 spots, make it up 11 as he gets past the 33 of Chaya on the run down to turn number 3. Now look at the drivers all spread out. The battle for 2nd and 3rd near side by side as they try and get down into turn number 1. You can hear the wind kicking around it a little bit through the microphones, I believe, as well in the background, and everyone trying to find that drafting buddy at this point in time. But lap 1, we are back green flag racing for the 14th, managed to hang on to 2nd place, and that could be crucial in their championship fight. But how good is the drive from the 93? So from the rear of the field, Faki Chidunarath, he's now all the way up into P4.
No, and interestingly,
P3.
and the 93 set a purple sector by quite a little bit of a margin there. So that's a purple sector 1. He's set a purple sector 2. So the 93 car is pushing hard right now, obviously to make up from that penalty they had at the start of the race. But you can see, I think it's going to make its way to the front, and I don't think it's going to be too long before we see it challenging for the lead.
Well, they're all condensed. The number 5 got a really, really good getaway the first time by, but now it seems to be that the eyes are forward for Big Aki. as he tries to close back up and in, and you can see it, the 5 is incredibly quick in a straight line once they get out onto the straights, but it's 6th section right here for the 14. For Thanaroj, where he's closed up a long way, and now here comes the 93, harassing all over the back bumper. This is only effectively the second green flag lap since we've gone back underway, and already our top 3 are squabbling like this is the end of the race. They waste no time, and here it comes now for the 93. Aki gets to the inside. He's got the drive off the final corner, gets the job done. One step further back for the 14 entry. Now they'll try and settle themselves down into turn number 1, and 3 different cars, 3 different approaches to going racing in the Super Compact, and the 93 has got some raw horsepower for Aki. I wonder whether or not he might get down the inside. Is that smoke out the rear end of that car? It is! The engine might be blowing up now for the 93. It's been a last to first challenge, whereas that tyre smoke, it might be tyre smoke on the left front corner, Pete.
Yeah, no, it looks like tyre smoke because
is it a brake?
Or it might be a wheel bearing or something like that. Yeah, no, something's gone wrong. I think it's either brakes or wheel bearings by the looks of that. It certainly slowed him up. He might have got a little bit of a touch on the side of another car, and it's upset the front left there somehow. And you get white smoke mostly from rubber rubbing on a guard. So maybe a guard's been hit on the tyre. But yeah, it slowed him up a little bit. It certainly upset his steering, but geez, didn't he have some power in that car?
Yeah, he's not comfortable on the run down through the middle sector. You can see the car actually wiggling a little bit all over the roads, and 93 entry is one of the Honda Jazzes, whereas the 14 and the 5 are the Honda CRZs. Yeah, something's wrong with that front left tyre. He can't keep it on the track, and for the guys who are in behind him, that is a lot of smoke as well. I get the feeling that race control might be getting involved. And we've got an update from the incident.
He looks like he's got a loose wheel or broken suspension there, mate. By the looks of it. You saw that front left tyre did a little bit of a turn through that corner that was not consistent with the corner. It just sort of swiveled out a little bit. So I suspect he's got something broken in the front left steering, maybe a steering arm of sorts, and he might have had a touch as he was sliding through the field that's just upset that and put it right out. But I can't see him making the whole race with that. I think it looks like something's loose and he's not full under control of that car.
There's a lot of camber on that tyre, and there's another incident deeper in the field, and that is a boot lid that's now up. Is that I think that is indeed our Baby Boss garage entry, the 24. So after the contact on lap 1, turn 1, which by the way, we've got an update on, and there is no further action for that incident, so no penalty to come the way of the 24. It's now opened up the boot of that car, and struggling to pull that thing off of the grass, and indeed, you're going to see this come up in a few moments' time, but our second safety car in 15 minutes worth of racing. I think we've only been racing for about 3 minutes, and for Aki, he's got pace in this car. It might be worthwhile under the safety car, come to pit lane, have a look at this thing, see if it's something they can fix in race.
Well, with the speed he's got it, I think it'd certainly be worth it, particularly with what's going on, because it slowed him down straight away, and you get most of the lap to have a look and get your car back out, and you'll be able to catch back up the train. But certainly to work out what's wrong. For me, it's steering related, it's front steering related. I think it's more than just a guard because of the way it's happened, because it looked like the steering was a little bit loose at some stages through some of those corners, and it upset his ability to hold an apex. But hopefully we'll get our man on the ground, Troy, to find out what's gone on with the 93 car. I'll tell you what, that Honda Jazz GK, that number 93, geez, it had some poke down the straight. It was surprising. I did not expect to see such a difference in speed between any of the super compact cars. I thought they were going to be a lot closer than that. But so they've done something special in that engine in that car to get some poke. But you notice that it sits a whole lot higher than the other cars. So it seems that would be a little bit of a disadvantage from a front end drag perspective. But yeah, it's got some power.
Remember back to Bung Sen as well, the Kajonsak Nosongla's car, the pit lubricants Ford Fiesta, and it obviously stands out because it's one of the few cars that's unique to the field. We've got a couple of Toyota Yaris's, you see them, they've got the very different approach at the front end of the car, and you see the Ford come through a different style of grille. There's a couple of Yaris's just immediately in behind him, so do stand out quite a fair bit. But that Ford, Kajonsak was extremely quick at Bang San and recorded some strong results for that car. Was quick here earlier in the year as well, so 2 wins on the season for Kajonsak in that car. Today hasn't necessarily got the pace. If you have a look at the first time they were actually here at Chang in the year, 25 points on the board for the number 4, followed by none in race number 2, and then he's picked up a race win at the second race at Bang Sen as well. It's got him set in 4th place in the championship. As everyone lines up behind the safety cars. The 93's not come to the lane. So they clearly think that car is okay to continue.
Well, you'd be relying on the feedback from the driver, right? If his steering's not loose, if he actually hasn't broken something and that really was just a guard or, an internal guard under the mud flap rubbing on the tyre, then, he'd know that because he's got full control of the car. But to me, I thought I saw that the front left tyre just wobble a bit, and that's why I'm surprised he hasn't come into the pits. But if you have a look at where the cars are sitting, the number 14 is in prime position right now, a current championship leader, sitting in 2nd. He's chasing with the 33 and chasing within P4. So, what's the worst thing about the safety car for the drivers with pro combinations, A, B, and C, is that they lose that advantage. They lose that ability to get, find some time to soak up some of that handicap time. So it makes that handicap a little bit more difficult for those drivers, and it gives the AM drivers, the C drivers, more of a chance to get out in the front of this race over the course of it once we get through the pit cycle.
Yeah, this is the story that's unfolding. We're keeping an eye on. So we're running through a couple of replays at the moment. That does not look like a very, very happy car. And I mean, they're taking a huge risk with this car. We've actually got an update on the 93 coming to us from pit lane.
Guys, I can't spot anything particular about the 93. But yeah, I think if anything, it's probably just a tyre rubbing. Definitely no oil smoke or anything out the back of the car. So I'd say it's just a tyre rubbing, and hopefully the car can carry on.
Well, there you go, Scotty. That's why as a driver, he knows that his steering is connected properly, and he can feel that. So the white localized smoke, that's what Troy was talking about there. If you get oil smoke, you get it under the middle of the car, and it has more of a blue tinge to it. So that's how you sort of spot the oil versus the tyres. So essentially, it's really the tyre rubbing on the guard, and that should sort of clear itself over time, and that's why he stayed out, because they know that they'll save that until the compulsory pit stop. If there's a guard that's a little bit loose, like come off the clips or something, they might be able to just pull it out and fix it like that without impacting the race or impacting the position in the race.
Yeah, so we still have that number 80 car as well, by the way, in the pit lane at this point in time. And have a look at the slowdown of all the drivers as they come in towards the marshals, and observing safe procedures to make sure that they can clear this track up as soon as is physically possible, and indeed inspecting the track a long way back down there. And that does not look like a car that is going to be returning to the racetrack.
No, not at all. But interesting, it's the same make as the number 93 car. It's a Honda Jazz GK. So, we've got one of them that's absolutely flying with a little bit of tyre problems, and we've got the other in the pit. There's a couple other in the field, but it makes me think how the Fortron Nextron team has set up that 93 car to have so much more power comparatively to the others, because either that or the current driver in right now. Akai has just been able to pull some really good exits, and actually that's where he's getting his power from.
Righto, so pit lane currently scheduled to open in about 5 minutes' time, and that safety car looks as if it's on its way into the lane. So we might be green flag racing here in just a few moments. Might be another lap, because I don't think they've got that 24 car off of the track as of yet. For those drivers that are already out as well for the 24 and the 95, there's a fair bit of a repair build to go through and get those cars back out across the weekend. More updates coming the way from our pit lane reporter Troy Williams at the moment.
Interesting fact just to share with the viewers, the grandstands around the track are actually constructed. The owner of the circuit is also the owner of Buriram United, the local soccer team. So if you think that the circuit grandstands look a lot like soccer grandstands or sporting arena grandstands, there's your reason.
Interesting fact, and it'd be lovely to be able to own a soccer team and effectively a Grand Prix level racing circuit. But I think looks like the safety car might have pulled away a bit. No, not yet. But interestingly, we've already got notification that the pit window is going to open at 10:24:03 local time, which is a little over 4 minutes. So it's only going to be a short burst of racing left for the drivers that are in the car now before we start to see that pit cycle. The question you got to ask yourself now is given that there hasn't actually been a lot of racing, there's not a lot of wear on the tyres, maybe except for the 93 front left, but they haven't really worn down the tyres. Do these guys come in at the start of the pit window, so with 35 minutes left to go, or do they leave these drivers in for a couple more laps and sort of come in closer to the end of that pit window and shorten the second stint? What would you do, Scotty?
The interesting things as well for Aki is they don't have to do a driver swap on that car. The 93 car is currently sitting in third. I mean it's tricky, isn't it? Because you duck to the lane, well, you don't have to battle with anyone. That's where your time gain is in terms of that. But the downside of that is you've got no draft, you've got no one to pull you around the circuit. But I think maybe getting out of the track, getting out of the traffic might be the approach, particularly for some of the cars maybe in the midfield. The other car that started from the rear end of the field, by the way, we will be at Green Flag Racing at the end of this lap. So we will be just about to go back to Green Flag Racing. But for the 69 car, they haven't made as much ground up as the 93. I would see that they are one of the cars will be first to the lane. You'll see them jump into the lane probably at the end of this first Green Flag lap. 10:24 and 3 seconds is when the lane will open, which is in less than 2 minutes time. It's about 1 minute 45 or so right now. So by the time we go back Green Flag Racing, it will be open before the conclusion of the first lap. So final thoughts just before we go back Green Flag Racing. I think that 93, we've got to keep our eyes on him.
Absolutely, mate. Final thought, if you feel like you're held up, pit early. If you feel like you're at maximum pace and you're not losing any time, make the most of what you've got on the track.
And for our guys, I think it's indeed they may have already gone for the number 5 as everyone starts to stream away and tries to get that advantage on the run down to the final corner and get that safety car restart underway as soon as possible. And for the driver of the 5, the problem that he's got is he knows that Aki is coming, and Thanapatra wants to go as hard, as fast as he possibly can, as early as he possibly can, and build that margin. And Thanaroj has relatively managed to go with him right now. We'll see whether or not that Aki can get this Honda Jazz wound up this time by.
Yeah, and eagle-eyed viewer will see the indicators of the number 5 car flashing. That's just a standard part of a late model car. Essentially the car's picking up that it's in emergency braking situation as it be on the road, and what happens is the indicators flash. So those systems are still alive in these race cars. And if you're in behind and you're seeing the lights flashing, it's not on purpose by the driver. That's just the automatic safety system of the car working.
I tell you what, since that update from the grandstands about why they look like what they do look like, and the 93 now is dropping through the field, so not coming to the safety car, coming to the pit lane under that safety car. All of a sudden, he is dropping like a rock. So something further has gone wrong for Aki as he tumbles through the field, and unfortunately for him, it was start from the back row of the grid, make your way all the way back through the field, and he's just trickling on the run down here. He's found an escape run. I wonder whether or not he's going to try and grab reverse and get this car off the road for Big Aki. There was an opportunity to get that car into the lane under 2 safety car periods, not taken, and well, that's the risk that you run.
Yeah, and you can see the disappointment on the team there. They're seeing the car pull over, and they'll be asking themselves the question, should we have gone in under the safety car to check that out? What we don't know is whether it was actually that tyre issue that's pulled it over, or whether there's another issue that's actually stopped it and ultimately culminated the race for them. So there we go, pit windows open.
And I believe that was the 5 straight into pit lane, and indeed it was. And now that you've mentioned that about the hazard lights flashing under extreme braking situations, Pete, I'm going to notice that all day long. So thank you very much for that tidbit. It's important to note about cars. I didn't know that. There you go. Different bits and pieces. Have a look at the activity in pit lane, though. Everyone in. And indeed, if this is another safety car coming to rescue Aki Chichurana's car, the 93 entry, that might be wise to come to the lane as soon as physically possible. the number 5 entry from Insane Motorsport that's led the race every lap thus far, Thanapatra Sudasawang. There will be no driver swap, single driver entry on this car. You can see they're checking in with the driver, making sure that he's all okay. So say keep it cool on the front end of his helmet visor, because I think that'll be the one thing he's trying to do all weekend long.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's an opportunity to keep cool. Remember, single driver's got to turn the engine off for 25 seconds as part of the pit stop too. So that comes with a little bit of risk, because a hot engine sometimes is hard to start and doesn't start. So, that in itself is just a little bit of risk for the single driver. But that opportunity to just mentally take a breath, try and cool yourself down, reset yourself. It's been a haphazard start to the race anyway. We're starting and stopping in 2 safety cars. Now hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit of gap between some of the cars and see this race run to fruition without the sort of tripping all over each other, which seemed to be the sort of the start.
The 14 entry now pushing on, has got control of the race, and we'll see whether or not he can shove out. The 33s following along as well from Chang, the M&M Racing team, as they come to the final sector. And a flick back to the left-hand side, and there indeed is our race leader from prior to the pit stops. So no, sorry, that's not the race leader. It's 69 entry. There's 3 cars this weekend driven by Insane Motorsports outfit. The 69 car is one of them, and our Thanapatra Sudasawang, the number 5 car, is another one of those, and the 3rd entry is actually the 65 car as well. So 3 cars this weekend from Insane Motorsports.
The 69 car was the first one out of the pits from the pit stop, so they might have had a shorter handicap time. I'll look that up for everybody. But so that puts the Insane Motorsport team in the effective lead of the race once all of the cars pit. But then again, we've got the higher level drivers in the cars now for this second session. So the last thing the 69 car wants now is a safety car. What everybody else after the pit stops is another one to bring those pro drivers back up the place. So a little bit to play out in this race yet.
Now everyone's starting to come through, and the other thing that in mind for me, Pete, is for Aki's car as well. I thought the first puffs of smoke that we saw before we saw that car retire, there was some blue in that. So I wonder whether or not there's been 2 separate issues of perhaps something leaning on the guard and it's caused further failure, or something maybe flicked back through that left-hand side of the engine compartment for him. But they're going to break that car down after the end of the race. In the meantime, though, lots of discussion in the background, because it's not all over, it's not all done for a lot of these drivers. They're looking to get their 2024s up and running, and Troy Williams got more on what's going on right around the world in terms of more racing from Chang in a couple of weeks.
It's a big fortnight here at the Buriram International Circuit. A number of the teams staying on from TSS to compete in a 24-hour race next weekend. The race is primarily for the super compact and super eco style vehicles. A number of teams and drivers are staying on. 24 hours around the Chang International Circuit. What a challenge, day and night. Fantastic. Might have to put a team together for next year, hey guys?
Pete, I think you struggle to share a commentary box with me for an entire weekend. How about sharing a race car?
Look, I'd be in, but I'm trying to think. I reckon at the end of 24 hours of commentary, Scotty, you might be pretty good at pronouncing the names.
Well, I know what the end of the corner names look like for 24 hours of commentary. That's certainly for sure. Yeah, we're always trying to get out there and get amongst things and get behind the wheel of a race car. It's always something fun that you want to get and be a part of. And more cars coming to the pit lane as a couple more continue on. The 14 of Thanaroj has continued on, and the pit lane window's probably only about 4 minutes worse. So maybe this next time by, or one more lap before that pit lane window does close and the 18 is in, which looks like a driver swap will be full upon getting out of the car, and Nanathwap will be getting into that car as they do their driver swap. 57 car on screen now as well for Orthony, and a family outfit, this one, the 57 car. Same surname of Tangtong Wikachikit for Orthony and Pimpol. So it's always good to see families out and racing together, and it's a common thing as well where you got multiple drivers from the same family as well, Pete.
Yep, so the 69 car is still the effective leader at this race. He's got a nice gap to the 14 car, actually. So that's after these pit stops have been completed. We've still got 4 cars that haven't come into the pits with about 4 minutes to go. So essentially by the end of this lap, or they could probably squeeze one more lap in and they'll come in and do their compulsory pit stops. Then we'll see the race normalise. We'll see where everybody's at. And I think what we've seen is, the cars have actually taken... I'll leave that to you, Scotty.
Nearly a little bit of bumping and grinding for the 59 entry. Now they're fighting with the 14, and this is important in terms of the race standing. Squeezes him tight to the inside. The 59 eventually just has to let that one go for Chottenden. He's had to let by the 14 entry. Chatrafol now behind the wheel. We believe in that 14 car. 28 minutes on the clock. Pass out on track. Although I get the feeling that might have been just a little bit of blue flag.
Well, it might have been a little bit of blue flag because the 14 car hasn't pitted yet. And the 59 car is on timing quite a long way and has done its pit stop. So a little bit of blue flag there, but certainly there was not a lot of love given in terms of blue flags. Sometimes you see a whole lot more love than that. But Tanneroj in the number 14 is pushing hard. So we're going to keep an eye on that and see whether that car's coming in at the end of this lap or whether they're going to squeeze it. They might have enough time to squeeze another fast lap in, as long as they enter by the time that pit window is closed. I understand the pit lane, the pit stop counts in the CPS.
Yeah, and have a look at Kajonsak, who's come in now as well in the PTT lubricants. Meet Bueno RPM next up entry for the Ford Fiesta. The only Ford Fiesta out and circulating, and now for the 14 entry. Now it is Thanaroj still behind the wheel. He will have to come to the lane. You feel probably that the timer's going to expire before he gets back around next time by. So it's got to be into the pit lane this lap, Pete, but he's left it awfully late. Imagine if last time by with the 59 car, if that had been the lap he had to pit, that would have been tricky to navigate. And that's one of the risks that you run staying out this long.
Yeah, that's right, because as the cars come out, because it's about 3/4, it's about sort of 75% of the lap you lose. So, the whole field drops back. And, if you're the last out and everybody else has pitted, you do find yourself, back in the mix with other cars, and potentially you can lose time because of that. Thanaroj is taking that. The team's taking the risk, but here we go. He's in the pits now, so we should see him come out, and he'll be the last of the lead group to have pitted, and we'll see where he comes out, and we'll know exactly where this race stands.
Have a look at the top speeds as well from a number of the cars. The highest velocity we've seen thus far out of any car in any of the up and down the field is actually the 69 entry, which was a Cheetahfon and Ayrton of 201 kilometers an hour. So as an exceptionally quick Honda CRZ at the moment, and really pushing on. And have a look at the brake smoke coming out as that brake sits idle. It's not necessarily all that happy. Want some more airflow into the front right corner of the 14 car.
Brakes operate in the range of 7 to 900 degrees Celsius. That's pretty hot. And, a lot of other series where they jack the car up, somebody will be there and just turning the wheel to make sure that it doesn't warp the disc or anything like that. So, we don't do that in this series. The car actually sits on the ground, and, while you do the driver change, they're not necessarily changing tyres, just doing the driver change, taking the time they need to take, getting to the pit exit at the right time, and they'll be out very shortly.
Yep, Chatrafol now into that number 14 car, and it's the 69 who is the first of the cars who has completed their pit stop, and we'll see that change up quite significantly, because I think it's actually the 33 car. It might be actually, no, indeed, they're in behind the 69. So as the 69 makes their way down towards the final turn, they are going to be the race leader, and that is the 33. It's in behind, which was Chaya. And the Honda CRZ, they've set themselves up really nicely. Just in behind these guys, you'll see it at the back of the shot, is the 18, which will now have Nalathwat behind the wheel in next to HYB Motul by TTR Honda CRZ as well. So that's your top three on confirmed pit strategy at the moment. But for the 14 car, they've just resurfaced after their pit stop. You see the graphic in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. It is the 69 that now leads the way in terms of things. So for Ayrton, he's now in the Insane Motorsport car. He's now got to hold off the number 14 entry with Chatrafol behind the wheel.
Yeah, no, that's right. The 69 car was is a C license combination, so they have no penalty, and the number 14 car is a BA, so they had a 15 seconds handicap penalty over the 69 car that they've got to overcome. Sitting now about, what is it? What's the gap? 4 or 5 seconds behind it. It was a little bit closer. A little bit closer to the 69, so they've made up quite a bit of that, and I think we'll see the 14 car hunt down the 69 over the last 25 minutes of this race.
Yep, long time for that car to be out and in the lead. And for Ayrton, for Chatrafalt, an opportunity to win this race, and behind the wheel, the 69 is Ayrton Astathorn for Insane Motorsport. You want to win a race, now's your opportunity. And he'll be doing the best that he possibly can in terms of the rest. Best of the rest, the 33 after that pit stop. Chaya, solo entry in the 33 car for the M&M Racing team, has done a phenomenal job thus far throughout the race, and now starting to look like he's putting some time over the 18 entry. But have a look at that cluster of cars that's in behind Chaya. Be a few of them in there as well. The 18, the 59, 5, and the 19. 19 a little bit further back, but the 5, the 18, and the 30. The 59 are all right next to each other on track. I believe there's actually been a couple of overtakes for position in that battle pack, indeed, on this lap.
So yeah, so I was just watching something for the eagle-eyed viewers who are looking at the timing screen on the video feed. We're talking about the 69 being in front, and at the time the 14 was at the top of the leaderboard. What we're doing is we're watching the live tracker, and we're seeing where the cars are on track. The leaderboard updates as the car come across the pit lane start-finish line, the timing being, that's when the leaderboard gets updated. So when we're talking about the live position, it might be a little bit ahead of what you're seeing on screen, particularly in that pit cycle where one car comes into the pits, crosses the timing line, and it's actually quite a long time before it comes around again. So don't be confused. We're giving you live commentary, and that timing board is just a little bit delayed, but it comes up accurate at the end of each lap.
So last time let's talk about lap times at this point in time. We mentioned it's probably a little bit of a gap that needs to be overcalled. Well, it was actually a little bit more than 5 seconds. It's actually 6.6 at the start-finish line for Chatrafal to go and hunt down over Ayrton in the 69 entry. And on their their best lap times as well for those two cars, 158.3 versus a 158.1. So there's nothing in it, but that was with the first of the drivers behind the wheels. They've now got their secondary drivers in. And most recent time by for Ayrton in the 69 was a 158.5. So quite reasonable pace. It looks to be that they've now got their faster drivers in. Thanarose just before the pit stop in the number 14 car threw out a 158.1. And fastest lap of the race is actually 156.3, which was Aki, and we talked about how quick that car looked. Well, there's why. Supreme pace in that Honda CRZ.
And Scotty, car 57, the car with Pitbull currently in P10, has just received a 5-second time penalty for a pit entry infringement. So we haven't seen the replay of that yet, but yeah, another 5 seconds to be out of that time. Given the gap, it's sort of currently sitting in P10 with quite a fair gap to the car in P11, the number 23 car. So might not impact the race result, but yeah, carrying a 5-second penalty for a pit lane infringement.
We'll talk about this in terms of the 69 car. You mentioned it was a C-Class car. They've actually managed to go on, and the last time by was a 158.5. Well, Chatrafal only able to manage a 159.6. So the margin's starting to widen at the front end of the timing board, and indeed that is that margin now up on your timing tower as well, 7.7 seconds. But it's these next couple cars that are in behind as well. That's the best lap times that the drivers have put throughout the race, and you can absolutely see it for Adapong. There's a reason he ended up retiring from that car. 2:10, 15 seconds off the pace in terms of things. So obviously retiring that car, but yeah, there's a few cars up and down, sort of out of sync. 59 is quite slow in terms of things as it currently stands. There'll be probably a few more spots, maybe lost the 4 that's in behind him, which is Kajonsak, might be able to claw back some time, but he's also got Tensionok just in behind him as well.
Yeah, and look, it just goes to show that an A licensed driver is not necessarily always going to be faster than a C licensed driver. So in this case, you've got the C licensed driver, Ayrton, in car number 69, is it's just a little bit faster, but maybe he's carrying a little bit of weight there that the A licensed driver needs to overcome as well.
So grinds out to a little bit of a stalemate at this point in time. And unfortunately, that's just 60 minutes in terms of the racing. Pit stops now all completed for all the cars up and down the pit lane, and you got to feel for some of the drivers that are out early on. For that 24 car, that was such a huge hit. They can't wait to get that car back in their hands. I mean, they've got all the way through until tomorrow to repair that car and get it back together at least, Pete.
Yeah, absolutely. But if it was minor, I think the repair will be okay. But we've seen miracles at racetracks all around the world with cars being repaired overnight. So I'm pretty confident that 93 will be back on track for tomorrow's racing.
And for the meantime, that margin continues to widen for Ayrton. So they've done all they need to do for now in terms of setting themselves up, putting themselves in the right spots, and with 17 minutes on the clock, it's going to crawl out to be about a 10-second lead in the near future. And new fastest lap time for this car last time by was a 57.998. Well, I tell you what, they've just gone one better. Sector 1, they've just gone faster and set the purple sector time for the entire race. Sector 2, exactly the same thing, purple in Sector 2. So for the 69, they got speed. And now finally for car 15, which is deeper in the field, all the way down in 9th position. First of the warnings for track limits being exceeded for that car. So black and white flag shown to the number 15. And now for a few of these guys that might be pushing those margins, well, as this race wears on, Pete, if you've used up some of those, shall we say them, curb strikes or track limit strikes, well, you're running out now. It might be time to drive back in a little bit tighter, leave yourself something for the last couple of laps.
Oh yeah, if you're a habitual track strike user, that can get you in trouble. You'll see an unsportsmanlike flag, and then you'll start seeing 5-second penalties get dished out. And from what I've seen of the race director in the series we got in Australia, he's not afraid to hand them out. He's not afraid to hand out multiple ones for any driver who doesn't listen. So stay within the white lines is my advice to all the drivers.
Well, the drivers nearly a little bit, they're a little bit like small petulant children sometimes, Pete. You stay between the lines. Well, the race car driver says, no, I like colouring outside the lines, thank you, as number 5 slides down the inside with an Apatra. It's a climb back through the field, and he'll pick off one more spot, and that's Chaya. So now he moves himself up into P number 3, so that was an overtake for podium position in race number 7 of the season. The next task for him is trying to catch up to the 14. Well, last time by, let's talk about lap times. For the number 5 car, 57.4. A 2-minute .073, so 2.5 seconds faster for this number 5. And the 18's come back to pit lane now as well. So there might be an issue. Coming back to you now, but the 18's returned to pit lane, and that looks to be retirement.
Yeah, they got the bonnet. They got the bonnet up, Scotty, and the bonnet up on any race car is the kiss of death. So, and when in these sorts of races, when a car comes in, it's not in the compulsory pit stop window, that there's something mechanical going on. Unfortunately for the 18 car, the Honda CRZ of the next Motul team by TTR. Unfortunately, that's a DNF for them. And as we've seen, the DNFs are pretty random across this series. So, unfortunately for the 18 car, they'll have to get into it, find out what's wrong with it, and hopefully they'll be able to get it back on track either for tomorrow.
How important, though, are these, in terms of things, Pete? We just heard Troy before say, there's a 24-hour race here on next weekend in both the Super Compact, Super Eco style of cars. Track time. and track time in differing conditions, which this series will offer you. You know, practice sessions, qualifying sessions. Obviously, you get the opportunity to test your pace out in the cars, shake the cars down. But reliability is a big one, and making sure that you're able to hit those markers consistently. This is a huge, huge opportunity to get a heap of track time for a majority of these drivers.
Yeah, I think it's good that they've got a 60-minute race to be able to get that track time in, because I'd say if the super compacts were out here just doing 12-lap races.
Down the inside for the number 4 entry, Kachonsak's going to go ahead and pick the pockets there of Chotnin. And now it pulls over to the right-hand side as well to not offer in that draft. The Ford is not quick in a straight line. And the drive off of turn number 1 for the 59 entry. They're going to go side by side on the run down to turn number 3. And as that Ford is wound up, it's got some horses back. And now it's the braking down here into turn 3. And look at the crisscross of the lines now. The 59 to the inside. Gets it at the apex of the corner. Pinches 5 narrow. And the 4 narrow. And Kachonsak gets that one back out there and out the other side. And you can see what that means to the fans as well. It is not over and done with yet, as immediately he comes back. That's the Honda City on the Ford Fiesta and the run down to turn number 4. The drag race, well, Kachonsak's got a little bit more of a splitter on the front end of that car, and you can see what the downforce does when they get down to turn 4 and turn 5. Finally gets the job done and finally moves up that place, and that'll be 5th spot. Top 5 for Kachonsak at the end of the day. Phenomenal driving by both of those drivers, but it was not made easy for him by Chotnin.
Oh no, it's what I love about the smaller class racing is, to get an overtake done, it's not necessarily just one corner or one straight. You've got to work on it. You've got to find 2 or 3 corners. You've got to run side by side. You've got to eke each other out. You've got to get your race lines right, and you've got to find that. And you can't just do that. In the faster categories, we see a lot of cars they're able to do it in like one apex or 2 apexes and 2 corners, and clear off. But when the cars are so evenly matched and they're smaller like this on such a large track, you get this side-by-side racing effect, and you get the ability to race 2 or 3 different lines, and it just creates exciting racing.
That was the 23 car that we just saw sidestepping those guys as well. For Pongpat, unfortunately, he's laps down, and there's the support on the pit wall, letting Kachonsak know that his move through the field was loved and appreciated.
Absolutely. I'll come back to, you were talking about the prep for the 24-hour race, Scotty. I think it's good that these guys have a 60-minute race, because if they only had a 12-lap race, like just a standard sprint race, you set the car up differently, because essentially you want the maximum you can out of the tyres. You don't really need them to last 60 minutes or longer. And then once you get to a 24-hour race, your stints become quite long. Your full tank stints will eke out to be 45 to 60 minutes, depending on the car, the series, the fuel consumption, all that sort of thing. And the 60-minute race here, even though you do have a compulsory pit stop in the meantime, it gives you quite a lot of track time. So it does give you the ability to really test the car. You don't drive it at 10 tenths all the time. You might drive it at 9.5 tenths, just to know that you can go fast for a long period of time rather than go super fast for a short period of time, because the more you stress a component, the quicker it's going to fail. So it's really good to see this as a warm-up event for that 24-hour race that Troy was talking about earlier.
Yeah, now getting down close to that single-digit time numbers left on the board. So probably got around 5 laps worth of racing, 6 laps worth of racing to go, because it's 60 minutes plus a lap in terms of things here. And for Chatrafalt, last time by, well, Ayrton's tyres have finally come back to him. Whether or not they'll ail towards the tail end, or whether or not this is a bit of a park the bus lead, out now to 14 seconds last time by. The number 5 entry with Anapatra behind the wheel, just a 1:58.963 on the most recent time by. Fastest lap of the day for them early on for that number 5 car was the 57.4. So the tyres are starting to ail out. Lost about a 1.5 seconds in terms of that lap speed from the Hankook slick. And another warning as well for the car that's currently in 4th place, which is Chayar, by the way, was in 3rd place earlier in this race, has now exceeded the track limits one too many times, gets himself a black and white flag. It's the next one that'll earn him a penalty. And in the final 10 minutes of the race, with Kachonsak coming his way, that is a scary, scary prospect for the driver of the 33.
No, that's right. And, a 5-second penalty would actually cost him a place because he's only 4 seconds in front of the car behind him. So he needs to, the 59 car needs to really have its wits about him for the track flags and track limits.
Or 5, it's 10 seconds he's got to make up if he's going to try and hope to get back to second place overall. And Chatrafol doing a phenomenal job in the 14 car at this point in time. I'm really, really impressed, though, by this drive from Ayrton. Incredibly quick in the second half of this session. And although Cheetahfon may not have had the pace or, just may not have necessarily been on it, but this drive from Ayrton has been phenomenal. He's looked after the cars, looked after the tyres. Most recent time by, though, comes down to a 2:01.0 in terms of his lap time. So now he's losing time, losing that little bit more time. I get the feeling that's probably a park the bus style drive, though. I've got the lead, let's not risk it.
Well, in a way, I would have liked him to see him just get to a 15-second plus gap, because that takes away anything from the other drivers to say, hey, the safety car's at the front of the race impacted us because we still had the 15-second handicap penalty that we had in the pit. So I would have liked to see the 69 continue to pull out, but I think you're right, Scotty. It's 4 or 5 laps to go now, 13-second lead. You really don't have to push the car beyond its limits. Keep it there, manage the gap. And as you know, you don't have to win by 13 seconds. You only have to be in front of the car behind you to take the checkered flag.
Yeah, 1,000th of a second is good enough, Pete. That's all we need for a race win. But actually, it comes down to 10,000ths of a second. Some of the races that you've seen, maybe NASCAR, over the years, it's incredibly tight. But for circuit racing, generally not necessarily that tight. For Chatrafol, I think maybe his target might be to try and get that lead back down to under 10 seconds. You'd be happy with that. Reasonable pace, and the best time's up on the screen. So Ayrton's definitely had pace in this second stint. I'm hoping, looking at the 14 car, that's just dust coming from the rear end of that car.
I was looking at the same thing there. I was thinking, I hope that's not a little bit of smoke, but little hands on the chest there. I think that the guys have got their eyes on it, so hopefully we can get it on camera and make sure that it's all good.
Remember, this is the 14 car as well, which is driven out of the YK Motorsports BBR by Sunoco. And I was wondering whether or not that might have been some of the watching of the Insane Motorsports team, because they've got the 3 entries, just sort of keeping half an eye on things, with one of their cars out in front, one in pit lane, and the other one a little bit further down the field in 5th place. They're trying to come back at things for Thenapatra. It's been a good recovery drive from him. Led the race nice and early, pushed out really, really strong. And 1:58.1 last time by was good enough to take more time out. This time, the time's a lot closer together, so that margin's not coming back out again. It looks as if the Ayrton car is starting to fall off again. 2:02, so from their fastest lap time of a 1:57.3, he's now fallen off 5 seconds in terms of lap time, Pete. Those tyres, or that car, is in trouble.
Well, that's something you certainly take in the 24-hour race, but I've been watching the number 14 really closely. I think it might have just been just a puff of dust that come off one of the corners. Another car might have put a bit of dirt on the track and given a bit of dust, because I can't see any signs of any smoke through any of the braking or acceleration. And as you just saw with the 33 car there was a little bit of blue smoke come off one of the tyres. That was just a minor tyre lockup going into the corner. So I think the 14 car's looking all right. Can it chase down a 12-second gap with 5.5 minutes to go? I think that's unlikely.
Something's just happened to the 59 car as well, because he's just lost 2 spots on that most recent lap. I wonder whether or not he's come to the pit lane. Or something's going on. No, he's continuing on. Yeah. So in terms of things, he's just lost spots to both the 19 and the 15 that last time by. And it was an incredibly slow lap from the 59 car, a 2:15. So something has happened to that car in the last lap.
Yeah, unfortunately we didn't see it, so it's pretty hard to talk about. But certainly dropped down a little bit. So lost a position too. So the 59 car, if we can get our eyes on it, we'll see if anything's wrong. It looks a little bit slow and dodgy on the timer too. So it's not sort of keeping up with the expected speed of the tracker.
What's this time by going to look like for the 69 as they continue to settle on in and get comfortable with their race lead? It's going to be another 2:02.4, aided by the car in behind. Chatrafol comes by And their lap time was a 2:01.2. But I tell you what, Thenapatra found some time again in P number 3, down to a 1:58.3. So he's just taken 3 seconds out of Chatrafol. And I get the feeling that the guys back on the pit wall for YK Motorsports might be just passing that information on to Chatrafol, give him a little bit of a hurry up, because we might have a battle on for our race. 4 minutes left on the clock. It is going to come down to the last lap on this one, Pete.
Yeah, I think Thenapatra is certainly going to give the 14 car, I think Thatcherpole that's in there now, he's going to give him a little bit of a shake-up along the way. But I'm going to call that the 69 commentator's curse coming up. I'm going to call that the 69 car is safe and is managing the lead. I don't know that it's a problem per se, because it looks really clean. It looks like it's, the drivers, Ayrton's just settled in and managing that, knowing the short time that we got left in the race. So I'm pretty comfortable for the 69 right now. I'm not comfortable for Chatrathol. I think Thanapatra's going to give him a little bit of a hurry up in the next 3 minutes.
Well, I tell you what, Pete, it's something I had actually kind of forgotten about, because it was a couple of weeks ago in the recent history. But the last time you and I worked together on a broadcast, someone lost a bet, and I haven't seen the image personally myself yet, but we might get something for the viewers watching along at home. There is Pete Baxter had to go and take a photo with a Union Jack because he lost a bet to an Englishman.
We don't need to talk about that here. It's a Thailand series, buddy.
Of course we do. Of course we do. It's one of the things that's a feature of my commentary, is throwing my co-commentator under the bus as many possible times as possible.
But the mad Englishman's not with us, so.
Oh, hang on. Car number 5 has just had an issue come through, ladies and gents, following along at home. We've had a message come through from Race Control that one of the reasons why that car number 5 is exceedingly quick at the moment, abuse of track limits. Well, he's gone past the black and white flag stage. It's the first of our cars to receive a 5-second time penalty to be added to his post-race time. So all of a sudden that battle, it's only 3 seconds apart out on track. That will be nullified. It is 10 seconds back, though, to Chaya. So unfortunately, that won't actually impact race result for Chaya, unless Chaya can suddenly find 5 seconds, or all of a sudden they go battling on the last lap of the race. Change of position that was just on screen at this point in time as well. And I would not want to be the crew member that's got to tell Thenapatra that you've exceeded track limits, buddy, and that is actually not a battle for position you're about to contest. And if I'm on the crew chief for the 14, I'm now going to tell him, you've got to make this hard, because if he can skip away by 5 seconds, he will still hang on to P2, but you got to make this hard, but don't fight him. Don't make contact. There's no reason to rub panels here. He's got 5 seconds coming his way, Pete. Managing a driver in this instance is not easy.
No, absolutely, because as soon as a driver gets that penalty, he'll be angry. You know what happens when drivers get angry? They get fast sometimes, and they get fast and aggressive. But, necessary with such a short distance to go, 1 minute to go, just over 1 minute to go, Thatcherpole can actually let Thenapatra through here, because there's not a chance he's going to get 5 seconds on him one lap, unless Thatcherpole makes a mistake. So if he lets him through, he still claims second. But the key now for Thenapatra is actually to maintain 5 seconds so he doesn't lose P3. And here we go. And there's not a lot of pressure there from Thatcherpole. I think he's just let Thenapatra through. Oh, no, he hasn't.
No, he's fought back at the apex of the fight, very, very quick in a straight line. And unfortunately for Thenapatra, misses the braking marker down at the final corner, and back comes through the 14. So whilst it's going to be an on-track battle, 29 seconds on the clock as they pass the start-finish line. Deep now, down into turn number 1 as the 14 comes back through. Will he try and get the drive back off? Well, the 5 is exceedingly quick as Thenapatra gets off of turn number 1. That might just be job done out on the racetrack. Now it's going to be 5 seconds worth of time. Where are you going to find that? And look at the margin. He has got that car fully wound up. That Honda CRZ is quick in a straight line for Thenapatra.
So if you're Chatrathol, if you got the message, did you just say, oh, no, I'm racing him. I'm not letting him past. it looked like it, but maybe he did get a little bit of a message from his crew chief. So you don't need to race him. You just got to stay within 5 seconds of him.
Yep, let him pull you along a little bit for the 69. This time by for Ayrton. I believe he'll get one more lap left to run. Time has now expired at 60 minutes plus 1 lap. And as he makes his way through the middle sector of the lap, now we've got to keep an eye on these sector times. In Sector 1 for Thenapatra, 29.3, 1.3 seconds faster. Sector 2 time comes on through. He's 0.8 of a second faster. That's not going to do. He's going to need to do a little bit more than that. And Sector 3, with all this slow, twisty stuff, has not been where that number 5 car has been exceptionally quick. The difficulty these guys have got, Pete, as well, is that there is a lapped car in the middle. The 59 is in and around the 14 and the 5.
Yeah, well, I've talked a lot about the track being that wide, so I'm not sure that car's going to make that much of a difference, and there's plenty of opportunity for it to get past, particularly in the category where the cars can get past each other pretty quick. So, yep. Anyway, we're looking closer. I think, is it 1 lap to go or checkered flag? 1 lap to go.
Well, we'll get the opportunity to check this one out as they come past the start-finish line. There is not a checkered flag out there at the moment. Final lap board has now been displayed, and that was the 69 on his way through. The final lap of the race. First race of the weekend, race number 7 in terms of the championship for the Thailand Super Compacts, is on its final circuit. And for the 14, with Chatrafol behind the wheel, this is all they wanted to see. The 33 of Chaya currently back in 4th spot. They will put more points on the board, and it is going to take a mountain of driving effort from Chaya to overcome that championship deficit in the final race. So this means a lot to the guys behind the wall for YK Motorsports, BBR by Sunoco.
I tell you what, Scotty, it looks like Thanapatras, he's got his head down. He is actually catching the 69 car. I think he's got a chance to pull more than 5 seconds over Thatchapol in P3. He actually might, even with the 5-second penalty, he still might come second here.
And have a look at the lap times as well, because we haven't really talked about it or looked all that much. That was the 5 car in the background, just back there. He's only 3 seconds back off of our race lead, 3.8 seconds when they last crossed the start-finish line to start this final lap. So Thanapatra is actually closing, and even though the timesheets don't say it right now, he is actually in second spot out on track, albeit 5-second penalty to come. What do the sector times start to look like? Well, a 28.8 versus a 29.9 in the first sector. A 43.1 plays a 43.9 in the second sector. So there's 2 seconds worth of time that's already been gained, Pete. There was 3 seconds, close to 3 seconds. And here is the 5 as he tries to go the long way around the 69. This is important. He's not fighting him in terms of the overall standings. He's not going to have enough time to find 5 seconds over Ayrton. Somebody tell Ayrton that he's got to let him on through. This could decide the difference between second and third place. And the key factor here is this will impact Thanapatra's race as well. He's looking for the pace on the run down to the final corner. It's the run now out of the last corner to the flag. He's going to win it. He's going to do it out on track, and it's Ayrton who gets the job done. But what is the margin? Is Chatrafol too far back? Will he finish in second spot? Who will be the victor of that one? Yes, he will. Chatrafol gets home 4.75 seconds behind our leader, 4.3 seconds behind P2 in the number 5 entry. So with the time penalty, the 14 moves back up to second spot. So those are your results on the screen.
Well, if you're Thatchapol, that is good driving. I don't know whether he timed it that closely, though, but I tell you what, he would have had his heart in his mouth as he was fighting through, those last few corners, and you've seen the, Thanapatra in the number 5 car pull away from him, thinking, well, hang on, I've let him go. He's got 5 seconds, but he's nearly got that 5 seconds. So heart in the mouth stuff there.
We'll have a look at the final sector times here as well. 46.8. plays a 46.9, and if you talk in terms of the trajectory of what that lap looked like for Thanapatra and the number 5 car for Insane Motorsports, it was a quick lap. They were on, and now they won't be too upset because they've got their cars home 1 and 2 on the track. It will be 1 and 3 with that time penalty in consideration. But that could have been 1 and 2 out on track if it didn't need to fight him. I wonder whether or not they knew. I don't necessarily know that 5-second time penalty was communicated. I reckon they might have cost themselves a second spot here.
All right, over to you, mate. Sum them up.
Yeah, well, this is how they finished out on track, although call them provisional results as we currently stand, because that 5-second penalty by our timing screens will have these results changed around. It was Achitafon who ran out, started the car for our race winner, and Ayrton who brought it home in the 69 entry from Insane Motorsport. Thanapatra came home second out on track, but will be a 5-second time penalty to handle for that car. Will delegate them down to third spot. Dhanraj and Chatrapal ran a reasonable race there in third place on the standings, moves up to second. It's phenomenal. A little bit disappointed for Aki that that car didn't survive past the second safety car, unfortunately, and retired very, very quickly. And of the cars who did make it to the finish line, it was our race winners who set the fastest lap time. But that car was ailing in the dying moments of that race there, Pete, and says to me, I wonder whether or not that was tyre related, whether or not it was performance related. Because if it's tyre related, they pit, I think, on the first lap, the pit window was open. Maybe 35 minutes might be a little bit too much, or they push that tyre too hard.
Okay, and that could be the lesson to take out of this. A lot of the cars did pit right at that 25-minute mark, and we saw the times drop off. We saw them drop off 3 to 5 seconds from their best lap time. So that's a big drop off, even in a car with the small tyres that we got in the small engine. So, but no, absolute fabulous race. The 69 car of Etten and Atrapon certainly earned the win. They fought hard. They made the most of the advantage they got from the safety car with the difference in handicap time, and led the back of the race from the front. So, how good?
My word, this is the highlights as it played out. The 24 car makes contact, unfortunately, with the 95, and that was race over, unfortunately, for Budamont on lap 1, turn number 1. From there, we saw the drive through the field. This was phenomenal from Naki Jutunarath. Started 15th. By the end of the first lap, was in 5th spot, and then he went hard for it. The tyre started to give way, and that front left-hand corner of the car, we weren't sure if it was tyre related. Didn't look like there was damage on that car. Everything seemed still to be attached. Would not survive to see its pit stop. This was what caused the second of our safety cars. It happened out of shot, and for the car to end up on the left-hand side of the road there, you go, well, that was a car that was involved in an accident earlier on. Was there maybe something that happened? That was the retirement of Aki. Unfortunately for him, he looked quick. He looked like there might have been potential in that car. Well, not able to realise upon it. The 14 smoking right front brake at pit stop. They were working that car hard, but it's the guy on screen, the 69, who drove a clean pair of heels, set the fastest lap of the race by a car to cross the finish line. And then the tyres started to ail. Went out hard after that pit stop. The 18 retired late on in the piece, probably with about 15 minutes left to go. And then how good was this battle between the 59 and the 4? It was Kajongsak who came out on top in that tidy little battle, but he was never given an easy margin. And that is how they crossed the start-finish line. 1, 2, 3 in your shot. And for the 69 entry for Insane Motorsports, they take the race win, and a phenomenal race win that was.
Yeah, absolutely exciting, and brings them back to that was another. It's actually another race winner. So the 69 doesn't really feature. Hadn't won a race all season. In fact, they've had a shocker of a year. So 1 point, 2 point, DNF, 10 points. So they're fighting back hard for round 7. So that's a really good result for the 69 car. And the number 5 car. And again, there's a new car in the provisional points summary who really hasn't had a good result throughout the rest of the season. So good to see a couple of new cars up there.
Yep, they went hard and they went aggressive. Coming away in just a few minutes' time, ladies and gentlemen, as we deal with the podium celebrations and the post-race interviews and breaking down what was a thrilling super compact race, will actually be your GTC category. Earlier in the week, I managed to sit down and have a brief conversation with Jalen Robotham, who drives the number 88 Trans Am car. And he and I spoke about a few things, including losing his passport the morning he was due to fly out from Australia over to Thailand. Take a listen in. This is what happened when we sat down to chat.
Hi guys, Scott Rankin here with Jay Robotham, and we're just going to chat a little bit before Jay heads off to Thailand for the final round of the Thailand Super Series. Mate, 2023 has been quite a challenging year for you in terms of the B-Quik Thailand Super Series. It's strong pace, met a season with bad luck, and unfortunately poor timing's really been difficult to take in. How would you rate your overall results in the Thailand Super Series this year?
Thanks for having me, first of all. It's been a tough year in Thailand. We've had speed in the Mustang, and just little niggly problems which get in the way. So yeah, we've had firsts and then we've had DNFs, and I think we're sitting third in the championship, but it could have been a lot better. Yeah, I think first is a little bit out of reach for this last round for the championship, but hopefully, bad luck goes to some of the guys, and we can have some good luck this weekend. And yeah, in the pickups, same thing, just unfortunate stuff happening, and yeah, cars run faultlessly all practice and quality, and then we get to a race and something small happens and ends our race result. So yeah, in the pickups we haven't got the speed of some of the other cars, but Banksine was a good round for us, fourth and a second. I think the safety car kind of come into play, which helped us out. But yeah, looking forward to this last round. The team are working hard to get on top of these problems and make the cars a lot quicker. So it's been cool to be a part of the journey, and it's definitely been improvement from the start of the year. So yeah, looking forward to the last round this weekend.
Mate, in terms of things, the conditions found between Thailand, Sepang, and then Australia, they're just completely and utterly different right the way around the world. It's a different approach in terms of preparing yourself for heat and humidity, and obviously BMX being in your background as well would certainly help with a lot of those fitness elements. Personally, what are you adjusting in terms of your preparations and then race day to make sure you're maximising what's out there and you're not responding to the fatigue, particularly with being one of the drivers who's racing in 2 class?
Yeah, the first round was one of the hottest weekends I've raced in. Yeah, I think it was like 42 or 43 degrees, and yeah, back-to-back races with the pickup and the GDC. So yeah, that was a eye-opening weekend for me. But yeah, it made the preparations a lot easier at the other rounds. Just keeping hydrated, and even the week leading into the race weekend, just drinking a lot of water and yeah, just trying to acclimatise myself to over there. Australia, yeah, winter over here is pretty cold, and going from this to 35 plus degrees over there, definitely challenging, but it does get a lot easier as the year went on, and coming back from Thailand to race in Australia, it made the run easier to do. Like first, wise was pretty good for me, just because I'm kind of adapted to the Thai weather and Malaysia weather. So yeah, it's been challenging. But yeah, just trying to stay out of the sun all day and stay in the air conditioned rooms is what I tried to do on race weekends. And yeah, it's been hard at the start of the year, but yeah, it got a lot easier during the year.
Mate, we'll circle in on a few of the specific class results now. I know the first trip in the Trans Ams to Buriram way back earlier in the year was, it was sort of positive. It was a little bit lukewarm, bittersweet kind of result. You managed to come away with one of the race wins, but in the other one it was that DNF, unfortunately. How are the confidence levels in your number 88 Ford Lenatech Liqui Moly Trans Am car for this weekend?
Yeah, confidence is pretty good. The cars are quick. It's just every round we seem to go, they seem to slow us down each time. So yeah, the BOP's been a bit disappointing throughout the year. The other cars I think a little bit quicker than us, but it's a challenge, and yeah, it's always good fun racing with the GT4s. Heaps of differences between the cars and strengths and weaknesses. It's cool to see on a racetrack. The last run, Sepang was awesome, racing with the McLaren. Yeah, it's the confidence is good with the 88. The car will be quick, and hopefully we can have a drama-free weekend and keep it towards the front.
Mate, in terms of things, that battle between the GT4s and the Trans Ams, the higher downforce mixed with the higher tyre degradation. Talk us a little bit through that, because it seemed a little bit comfortable at the start end of the race, and as the race wore on, that GT4 can't really come back to you. Are we expecting a little bit more of that at Buriram as well? Obviously, with a lot of traction zones, a lot of straight line running, that power coming out of the Trans Am Mustang is just immense, and it really suits the circuit over there.
Yeah, the first round was really good for the Trans Am. But yeah, as I've said, they've put a bit more weight and restrictor in our car, so we're not too sure where we'll be at this weekend. But yeah, hopefully it's closest to Pang, and yeah, the straight line cars with the Mustangs is pretty good, and hopefully the strengths this weekend can outweigh what the GT4 has. So yeah, hopefully can have a good weekend.
Mate, in terms of things, we'll move on over to the Super Pickup class at the moment. I mean, this is probably a little bit of a sore topic for you. I've looked through the race results. It's been 3 DNFs from the 6 races. That's quite hard to take in. It's been maybe a little bit of a disappointing season. A couple of those, it's the hard, close, door-banging style racing. I mean, it gets you excited going over, but there's always that risk level as well. With the results as they stand, what's the target for this weekend for the Super Pickups?
Just have a good weekend and finish both races. That's the goal for the pickup. Yeah, I don't think we have first, second or third speed, but just trying to make the cars quicker and adapt to the new car and yeah, just work on improving it. That's the goal for this weekend. And you never know, we could have a good result like we did at Bankseen. The second and fourth was pretty cool. I wasn't really sure if that was possible, but anything can happen in motorsport, and especially with these pickups having 30 plus cars. It's cool.
And in terms of things, I know there's been quite a little bit of social media. There'll be a few guys actually coming from the Ford supporter stands as well to come and do grid walks and a part of that. What's that partnership been like with Ford? It's a bit of a new partnership for 2024 and getting to go over to Thailand and participate in the B-Quik Thailand Super Series as well has just been phenomenal. Is the goal to return for 2024 and beyond? And, what's the aspirations for 2024, given, you've now got time in a V8 supercar seat for the endurance races? It's just been an awesome 2023. What's next year look like?
Yeah, we haven't finalised anything for 2024, but yeah, to be a part of the Ford Thailand team with Corliss Race Engineering has been awesome this year, and yeah, having the support of Ford over there, it's been awesome. We have probably the biggest fan base over there, and yeah, it's cool to be a part of, and yeah, we'll see what happens next year. Can't let anything out just yet, but yeah, it's looking good, and yeah, it's been fun to be a part of this year.
Other than that, a little bit of a funny moment this morning. Just remind the rest of the world that you racing car drivers are regular human beings. On the way to the airport, you were scrambling around trying to find something. I know I've lost my passport. You've lost yours this morning. Managed to find it to make sure you got on the plane?
Yeah, I lost the passport this morning. It was a bit of a stressful morning, but yeah, we got it, and yeah, just about to pull up at the airport now. So yeah, it was a stressful morning for sure.
Mate, well, hopefully the rest of the week and the preparation goes all well. Thank you very much for spending some time with me this morning, Jalen, and best of luck at the final round at Brewery Rem and onwards for 2024 and beyond, mate. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Steve Scott. Thank you.
Mate, have a great day, have a great flight, and see you on the weekend.
Cool. Thanks, mate. Talk soon.
Hello and welcome everyone, and hello and welcome back to the Supercar GTC grid. And one of the categories that we're talking about, Jalen Robotham from Australia, about that was the Trans Am cars. And you can have a look. There is a Trans Am car sitting there just immediately in the background. It's been a quick start for a lot of these guys. They're high horsepower machines, but they don't necessarily look after their tires all that well. It'll be Jack Lemvar that takes us away from pole position, who's the guy that you can see on screen at the moment. You can see how happy he is about that one. It's been challenging, and we talked to Jay there about, it was a little bit uncertainty in the water. He was just trying to find his feet. Very, very quick in terms of Trans Am car, Pete. Won Trans Am Asia in 2019. This is his Ford stablemate. So Jack has challenged him this year, and as a young driver, that takes you to another level.
Yeah, well, every driver likes to have a driver that's challenged them. They just don't like it when they're beating them.
In terms of things, in terms of the championship results as well, I said to Jay, it's tough. It's really, really difficult. They had debris get into a break in Bang Sen, and yeah, not necessarily happy with that. They look like they had a quick car. They look like they could challenge for results. We actually got some more interviews coming away with Jalen Robotham as well in just a few moments. Not necessarily overly happy, you would say, with qualifying being a little bit in behind these guys. They're a quick car, these Trans Am, a lot of horses, but they wear the tyres, and that's where the strength of the GT4 category is.
Well, that's right, and this is why you like to see some mixed categories because, different tyres. Oh, sorry, different cars have different characteristics.
We're sitting fourth in quali, and hopefully we can go
this is
a couple steps forward. We're just trying to work out this new car. Unfortunately, in the practice session, we had an engine go in the other car. So, new car. This is the ride car. So, there's been a lot of changes and just trying to get it to go quick. So, hopefully we can move forward.
And in terms of the weather for this weekend, pretty hot, track temperature getting up. How are you handling it?
Yeah, it's surprisingly this is probably the coolest of the year. So it's always warm up here compared to Australia. So it's good for the fitness and getting race fit. So it's hot, just trying to keep hydrated.
Fantastic. Good luck for the race, and here's for a good result.
Thank you. Cheers.
So a little bit of an update there coming to you from Jalen Robotham. And, I talked to him, Pete, and you have a look at his results that he's had up and down the series. Car failure has just been one of those things when it's in the water. I'll talk to you about sim racing in a minute, Pete, because I know you sim racing and unlucky is one of those things that just gets tied together. But it's difficult. You're trying to put your best wares forwards, and sometimes things go wrong. And it's been so many different bits and pieces that you sometimes sort of go, I'm a little bit cursed. There's something going wrong here that's just sort of out of my control. And that's the mindset and the psychology that I'm getting from Jalen at the moment. I'm frustrated. The car let go. We're starting a little bit further down. But he's also going, all right, let's race now, switch on, let's move up the field.
But, mate, you talk sim racing. We're watching real racing. Real racing's a whole lot more difficult because what you don't get in sim racing is you don't get the random mechanical 20-cent part that goes wrong. You don't get the debris stuck in the brakes. You don't get that in sim racing, and that's an added element to the real life racing that. Is it luck? Is it preparation? Debris in your brakes. I mean, there's luck. There's not an ounce of preparation you can do to stop that from happening. Some mechanical failures, they might be things that are overlooked. They might be things that have gone beyond what is a reasonable life. The car, the teams might be trying to extend the life of components and getting them to beyond their fatigue levels and getting failures. That's how mechanical things happen, but sometimes, mechanical things will just happen because that's the nature of machines. That element of luck is more than just drivers crashing in front of you on a racetrack, in a simulator. When you're out there for real, there's 1,000 more components on a real race car that can break than we see in the sim.
Somebody just said over in the YouTube chat as well, there's no G-forces in sim racing. Yeah, the benefit of sim racing is we can be a fair bit fatter. I can blast an air conditioning unit in my face and we're all nice and happy and comfortable. They don't get that benefits. And, JJ also said, the preparations in terms of things, you cannot train for those conditions. You just got to be over there. Part of the reason he's going over a few days in advance, make sure he settles himself. He's in with the conditions. Don't want to show up on race day, 80% humidity, and you're just a mess in terms of things as well. We did manage to get a word from our trackside reporter as well, from Troy Williams, and he's over there with Jack Lemvard from pole position. Apologies. We don't actually have Jack Lemvard on the line at the moment. What we've actually got is some of the air conditioning that's actually on offer to some of our drivers. So apologies on that one, guys, but Troy Williams has got the information on the AC.
Hi guys, thanks for the cross. I've just done a quick straw poll of all the cars on the grid here for the GTC field. The McLaren in P2 is the only car with air conditioning. The rest have got the windows down and things like that. So be a relatively comfortable ride in the McLaren, but she's going to be a hot race for all of the other cars on the grid.
I'll tell you what, I actually got to sit down in one of the McLaren 570S GT4s out of a recent Shannon Speed Series round over here in Australia from Sandown, and they were a pretty cool car. Basically roll off the production line and they're just about ready to go racing, you know, strap a fire extinguisher to the floor, get some radio equipment, get some sensors, get some timing in there, and they are ready to go. They do actually have the air conditioning unit still within the car. Porsches, you got to do a little bit more to them to get them race ready. It's all weight that you've got to save, Pete, and sometimes the AC unit, although it's a driver comfort feature, that gets turfed.
Well, but it's not just weight. An air conditioning unit saps power from the engine. So if you turn the air conditioning on, the power you need to run the compressor is taking away from the power that you're putting down to your drive wheels. So, you're sacrificing power.
Go ahead.
Even though the air conditioning might give you a little bit of comfort, but are you comfortable enough to lose that little bit of horsepower to run that air conditioning? If you're out front, then you're all good.
And we do have one more interview coming your way. Like I said, we did actually manage to catch up with Jack Lemvard, who's going to start this race off from pole position. And we will again jump across to Troy, who spoke with Jack, who's obviously driving away down the start-finish straight, not talking to us right now. So Troy spoke with him a few minutes ago.
Getting off the line here is going to be interesting for the run down into turn one. Now, technically, something to note, the McLaren GT4 does have launch control and a very good launch control system similar to the road car. So that GT4 on P2 should get off the line very quickly. So let's see how the Trans Am's go in getting their power to the ground and giving them a run into turn one. So this will be an interesting battle between the different types of machinery to turn one.
And that's always the fascinating part of these series is actually the different types of machinery. Front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, mid-engine cars, front engine cars. They're all different, Scotty, and they all have different driving characteristics. And on the track that we see that we'll hand over to you now, it's a track where all these characteristics come special at different places.
And that roaring V8 engine is going to absolutely dominate in sector number one. The run down to turn 3 is going to be a little bit difficult trying to pull that car up on the brakes. It is another full slick for the GTC category, and although you guys might be sitting along going at home, hang on, we saw some GT4 cars out during the GTM GT4 category. Yeah, there's actually multiple categories that run the GT4 cars this weekend. The GTC category is a blend of a couple of different formulas, so this is one of them. This is what the starting grid will look like, and for Jack Lemvard, he will be off of pole position in the 44 entry, but I tell you what, that McLaren was super quick at Sepang, and it was a great battle between the Trans Am car as those tyres fell off. One of the big things that you guys will be able to see this weekend as well is the Ford Daytona Coupe cars. They are phenomenal to see. We saw one in action again all the way back at Bang Sen. Unfortunately, that car also ended up in the barrier. We didn't see it, I don't believe, on the Sunday. So it went in the barrier hard on the Saturday, and unfortunately weren't able to get that car back out. There's also a Toyota Supra out there, although not necessarily the quickest with Cham Yilmaz at the wheel of that car. It is a beautiful car to witness, and these guys got to make the journey alongside the GT3 category to Sepang earlier in the year, Pete, and it was a good category. You got to see the Trans Am cars go toe to toe with the GT4s.
Yeah, absolutely. American muscle versus European, what do you want to call prestige? So, and side by side. So let's see how it comes up. The cars are formed up now, ready for a grid. It's a rolling 2-lane start, and they're about to get going.
Yeah, here we go. It's going to be Lemvard from the inside of the front row on the 44 car. It was Adam Patera who was incredibly quick in one of those Trans Am cars at Sepang as well, and 12 laps will be the journey. After this, they'll get to sit down and they'll get to have lunch, but not right now. And have a look at the defensive line for the McLaren as he gets swamped by a horde of 3 Trans Am cars, one deep down the inside. The Ford Daytona prototype, there's not room to go around the outside, and I get the feeling that was Robotham who went in deep into turn number 1, struggled to pull that car up. Now he'll try and get the horses pressed down to the ground, but how good is this Mitsubishi Lancer, the number 7 car that's following the McLaren on the run down to turn number 3, gets to the inside. They're nearly 3 wide as they show up at turn 3, but for right now, Lemvard leads the way, and everyone else is going to try and follow along.
No, and I think what we're going to see is the Trans Am cars are going to have a little bit of an advantage from turn 12 around to turn 4 on the really long straights, but we'll see the sort of European cars, we'll see the GTC, GT3 type cars get a little bit on them in the complex section of 5 through to 11, but that section is a little bit harder to get in front of, so it might actually be difficult to get around the Trans Am cars.
Yeah, and now Robotham's managed to pick up a couple of spots and shuffle his way through the field as we head down into the final couple corners. And look at the guys already making extreme use of the runoff area. That was actually Robotham that was all the way out down there. Number 7 of Chayavi coming third in the Mitsubishi Lancer splits the last of the Trans Am cars, and that'll be all the way back down to, I believe, it'll be Chemyu Dalmas who'll be in the background of that one. But have a look at the cars in the background as well, as they all try and wind their way up. And apologies to the viewers at home earlier. I said Adam Patera was in a Trans Am car earlier in the year at Sepang. No, he was actually in that Porsche Cayman. So he hasn't swapped cars. That was a mistake on my behalf. But have a look at the move from the Mitsubishi Lancer. And Robotham is struggling to keep that car on the track and keep that car going in the right direction. And indeed, he's heading backwards at this point in time. And how good is Thangapon Pan's start? If he can look after the tyres on that 46 McLaren, Pete, you get the feeling that as the V8 start to wear their tyres out, the brakes start to fade maybe just a little bit, he is going to be in a ready position to snap up that lead in the final couple laps.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're watching Robotham. He's gone off the track quite a number of times, certainly exceeded track limits. And we know that, you know, if you do that too much in these races, you'll get a black and white flag first, and then you'll start to get 5-second penalties. So I'm pretty sure I counted 3 times off the circuit in the first lap. You know, we knew that the race director, you know, does have an allowance for the drivers to exceed track limits a number of times. It's not a defined number. It's an allowance that is considered reasonable by the race director. But once you start seeing that black and white flag, you know you're on the limit.
Well, I get the feeling that that would constitute abuse of track limits for Robotham, just how far he was off the circuit. So they'll be having a look at the data, whether or not there was maybe a rear end coming out from underneath him, but he's outside the white lines yet again right there. And now for him, he's got Chemyu Dalmas right up underneath his rear wing at this point in time. They are struggling in this 88 car. They had engine dramas in practice, had to swap the car. And yeah, this might be 2023. I think Jalen Robotham is going to be very, very good in terms of Thailand Super Series. He'll be happy to see the 1st of January 2024.
But certainly Jack Lembard out the front, he's flying in that Mustang. It looks like right now the McLaren doesn't have much for it, but as you talked about earlier, there's a difference in how these cars use up their tyres. So, you know, at the back end of the race, I would expect that the McLaren would have better tyres than the Mustang. The Mustang's a bit heavier, front engine drive, might slip a bit. The McLaren's, you know, a little bit more balanced. Would save the tyres a little bit better. So I think we might see the McLaren come back, but if the Mustang just pulls away, that's just proof that the horsepower parts of these circuits from 12 through to turn 4 are just you know, giving them a whole heap of advantage. But you know, we noticed there that that Robotham's not able to make the same advantage that Lembard is.
Yeah, so he's struggling in terms of things at the moment, so there'll be a little bit of discussion about data with that car, how the engine's dealing with as the weekend progresses. Fastest lap time thus far, 43.923 from Jack Lembard. For Thangapon Pansutanmo, it was 45.0, so 1.1 seconds on that most recent lap gain. Have a look at the straight line speeds, though, Pete, in terms of the charts. And then, in the meantime, Dalmas is going to go firing down the inside at turn number 5, gets the car parked up. And Robotham goes from 4th back to 5th very quickly. And all of a sudden, there might be further issues, there might be further dramas in that car as well, because he's just not hanging on to the back end of Chemyu Dalmas whatsoever. He's struggling.
No, absolutely. And it didn't even look like Robotham put up much of a fight there. So it kind of left the door wide open for him to come through. So I'm wondering whether, you know, he hasn't got the tyres. You know, maybe they've under-pressured the tyres, and on cold you get really slippery when you under-pressure the tyres a little bit too much, and it's taken a lot to bring them up to speed. He seems to be on the line now, not going over the track limits as much as he was. So I kind of, in my mind, think that they might have had the tyres under pressures and a little bit, you know, too cold to get this race started. And that's something that they can fix for the second race. But yeah, he seemed to lead him through just a little bit easy there.
Well, in terms of the weather, because we talked about that a little bit earlier on, it was 31 degrees Celsius in terms of air temp. Well, we're expected to get a max of 32, so it's going to hold that sort of temperature throughout the entirety of the day. And how beautiful is watching that Rafael Galina's 65 Tech Pro Racing Ford Daytona Coupe. And the second of these here this weekend as well, which has been really, really cool to see. Both of these run by Tech Pro Racing as well. It's just a beautiful car to watch in action. His teammate has now gotten, so he's gotten through on his teammate, sorry, for Rafael Galina. Surimet Thuxterina in the 17 entry on that last time by, drops in behind Rafael Galina.
Yep, and interestingly, Jack Lembard out the front on lap 3 is still purple time for lap 3, so he's still flying. He's certainly not slowing down. He certainly doesn't think he can settle in for the race win at this stage, and he has the pedal to the metal in that Mustang.
How good are the track sounds, though, that are coming out of these cars as well, because that Trans Am V8's got a beautiful, beautiful sound. And unfortunately, if Jay Leonard be wanting to hear a better engine sound, much like we're hearing at the moment. And was that a hand waving through the cockpit that I just saw from our leader, Jack Lenvard? It looked to be something wiggling around on the driver's right-hand side of the cockpit of that car. As the McLaren starts to wind itself up, let's have a look at the live times as they come across the start-finish line in terms of their lap times. Well, the previous time by was a 43.831 from Jack Lemvard. This time by 44.041. Dropped 0.2 of a second. You start to get the feeling those tyres might be ailing. In the meantime, Thangapongpan, a 45.563. So he's dropped half a second in terms of his fastest lap time as well. So it wasn't a great lap that last time by. Margin out to 6 seconds at this point in time. And Chemya Dolma is starting to go after Chayavi. And we'll see the opportunity for a Mitsubishi Lancer to go toe-to-toe with a Ford Mustang Trans Am car. I am wetting my lips at the opportunity to have a look at these two guys going toe-to-toe in the next lap or so.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, different makes, different ways they make their power, different ways they make their time, and to be able to bring them together all on track at the same time makes for exciting racing.
And popular car, this McLaren 570 SP. Like I said, got the opportunity to sit in one, and I guarantee you're quite jealous of that, because we talk quite often about how much we love this car and how much we love the rear end of the car and how the brake lights look. They're not a wide light. It's a really strange looking rear end of a car, but that's what you get with a supercar, isn't it? It's just a beautiful car all around, though, the McLaren 570S.
Oh, it is. It's a gorgeous looking thing. And look, if somebody said, here, you could put this in your garage, I'd take it for 24 hours. Just to sit and look at it. You wouldn't even need to drive at it. But what a wonderful looking car it is. It's just exotic sports car. It looks like a race car, but you can also get it as a race car. And it's out there, running hard in second.
So, update on the specs on that the 88 car as well. It's actually not designed to be their race car. With the engine expiring on the 88's Trans Am car as well, they went digging to see what they could find. Well, the only thing they necessarily had as an option to get him back out on track was the ride car. It's not trimmed out in terms of the weight, and that's what you're seeing Robotham struggle with at the moment. Why he's drifting a fair bit further down the field is because it's a heavier car. It's not trimmed out to its race spec. And there is obviously not the suspension. It's geared to have a second passenger in, and that means you've got to have a little bit of extra roll cage and adjustments and clips and everything for the secondary seat. So he's doing what he can. And, fighting with one arm tied behind his back. Somebody who's not fighting with one arm tied behind their back in the meantime, though, Chayavi and Chemya Dolmaz. And, Chayavi's starting to look like he's struggling on those tyres in terms of the Mitsubishi Lancer's pace as well. Dolmaz looks supreme.
Well, he mightn't have his arm tied yet behind his back, but he has received a black and white flag for a track limit warning. Chayavi in the number 7 Nissan Lancer. So,
here we go.
Oh, there we go. That's a big overtake. And under and over.
Well, they pulled the move earlier on Jay Robotham, and now it's going to be side by side as they come back through, looking to head down into the final sector as well. It is side by side. It is on. Chemya Dolmaz supreme under brakes when they get down to turn number 5. 2 overtakes done so far. This time, though, the 7 of Chayavi able to respond and come back at him. Now they get down to the last couple of corners before they turn and head back home. And in terms of things, round turn 9. Then it's the flick back through 10. There's a little bit of a dip, and now a rise as they come out of turn 10. And onto the right-hander at turn 11. He'll try and wind the Trans Am Mustang up as far as he possibly can, but right now, Yadolmaz looks supreme under brakes in that car.
That's what I love about the Herman Tilke design track, Scotty. It's the ability for drivers to take different lines, let someone through under and over, and there's plenty of track width to fight back and get your position back. So I love these tracks because it just creates good racing, and it means that you can fight for position, you can go under and over, you can let someone through under the brakes, but get them on the exit if you're a smart driver and think about your lines.
Yep, so right now, Chem's got him ahead of him, and I wonder whether or not he might have a go down here at turn number 3. We know how strong he is on the brakes at turn 5, but his exit off turn 4, have a look at how deep he's going. He's looking for the switchback, and yeah, I get the feeling this Mitsubishi Lancer is actually incredibly quick in terms of its straight line speed, and being what a four-wheel drive car I believe they are as well. So ability to get the power down on these tires is quite strong, but it's that V8 engine. I'm so curious that the brakes on the Mitsubishi seem to be really, really weak, and that's where he's struggling. But overall in straight line capacity, here it comes. We thought it might come for Chem Yadolmaz. We didn't have to wait long. Gets to the inside, and that Lancer is having a lot of problems pulling that car up.
Yeah, he's taking a long time to pull that car up, and it almost looked like he was 100 to 150 metres earlier on the brake pedal than the Ford Mustang there. And we know there's differences between the car. That would indicate to me, that level of difference, that there might actually be something wrong with the brakes in the Mitsubishi Lancer. Either that, he's just not confident to really get in and go deep.
Well, for now, Chem Yadolmaz takes one step further up, and he's put 1 foot on the podium. We are half race distance, 6 laps now in the book, and 5 laps left to go. 7 laps now is going to be in the book this time by for Chem Yadolmaz. Car 65, which is one of the Tech Pro Daytona prototype, Daytona Coupe, so my apologies. Rafael Galina receives his black and white flag for a warning for exceeding the track limits. So even in a 12-lap race, well, you've got 12 laps. You can probably exceed them 3 or 4 times. And, yep. Yeah, I got the feeling that might have been on the cards, and that will be Jay Robotham. He was full of hope at the start of the weekend. He's had pace here. He's had a race win here earlier in the year, and it's still not to be for the driver of the 88.
Yeah, he seemed to struggle at the start of the race and kind of dropped off. So they'll come in, they'll have a look at the data and check that car out and see what they can do and see what they can come out and for the second race and recover some of the points.
Got to be frustrated. I mean, we were talking to him in terms of his super pickup results as well. And I said, look, it's been 3 DNFs from 6 races. How do you feel about that? Yeah, next question. It was effectively the response that I got. Hard luck. No one ever wants to see that in terms of racing. You want to do it. You want to get out there on track. And you want to race each other hard and have a look at them. They're straight in there, having a look under it. That looks like an air intake problem to the engine.
Yeah, well, it almost looks like they've got it's come loose and they're tightening up the clamp that holds the hose on. I'd be surprised if that was what was causing it, unless it did come loose and the little tube was collapsing and therefore restricting the air coming in the engine. That's going to cost you a whole lot of power. So if it's something as simple as that, yeah, back out. But again, that's that 20-cent part we're talking about at the start of the race, isn't it?
Well, new report coming in from our live timing streams. Fastest maximum speed from any car thus far today. Well, it's actually going to be the McLaren 570S. Well, one of the best part about the Mustangs is they've got a ton of power to put to the floor. Maybe not the most aerodynamic car, and that's where the McLaren really takes over. Fastest in a straight line that we've seen from the GTC cars today, 237.1 kilometers an hour. And now the lap times start to come back towards him, although Jack Lemvard's hanging onto those tyres quite well. Still half a second faster. Fastest lap of the race for Jack Lemvard, a 43.831. Last time by, he's dropped 2 seconds off his fastest time, 45.93. So everyone's starting to overheat those tyres just a little bit, and with the track temperature starting to creep up as well. We heard just before these guys got down the track, by the way, 37 degrees. So it actually climbed a fair way in say, that last hour there, Pete.
Yeah, and it's still going to climb a little bit higher because the ambient temperature at the track is going to sit around the 32, 33 degree mark for most of the afternoon. So from about 12 o'clock local time through to about 4 o'clock, and all that's going to do without cloud cover, all that's going to do is keep heating up the track. So it's good to see that the Mustang hasn't dropped off. It's not lost anything. It's still setting the fastest of all the times. So Jack Lemvard's eking out more and more of a gap, even though there's less and less of the race to go. Satamno in 46 McLaren, there, just losing a little bit. I thought he might have been able to fight back in the back end of the race, but it looks like Lemvard's got a really good hold on the Mustang and fighting through. And then we've got Chemudal's Yaldez another 8 seconds behind the 35 car. So.
Well, the cars that you're seeing on screen, you might be forgiven for thinking that might actually be Jack Lemvard in behind here. No, that Robotham has returned to the racetrack, so that's actually not a fight necessarily for position. But that does look like a little bit better pace out of Jalen Robotham right now. So it looks like whatever they've done, whatever hose they've tightened up on that car, it has now worked. And to add to his misery, how about a black and white flag for exceeding track limits for Jay Robotham? It's
yeah, we kind of saw that coming. You counted three on lap 1 and a fourth one on lap 2. So we know that there's at least 4 for everybody out there.
So, unfortunately, that's how it currently stands. Jack Lemvard skips away 7.5 seconds now out to the race lead. Yadolmaz not going to be closing down that margin. I tell you what, he's actually been really, really good on his tyres up until the most recent lap. He counted the lap traffic. It was Jay Robotham. He was only about a tenth of a second last time by. His last was a 46.0. The most recent lap, 47.7. So you can get the feeling of why I think maybe his tyres have gone off, or Robotham's gotten away a little bit potentially there. Deeper in the field, sort of having a look at the cars that are close together, Rafael Galina and Chayavi. So Chayavi might have had his tyres and might have had issues with the brakes. Just said that car was struggling to pull the car up. I reckon he might have cooked a brake because all of a sudden Galina's got through on him.
Yeah, that's a surprise.
Sorry, my apologies. Yeah. Galliana.
Didn't expect that change at this stage of the race. So that Ford Coupe. It's a hot-looking car, isn't it? Almost like it's kind of like an old Dado 86. Ford would probably hate me saying that, but it's kind of like But if it was sort of a little bit wider, I think it would almost come back to the old GT Le Mans prototype shape. So, but Ford have done a wonderful job putting out a new concept car like that, and to be able to see it on track and race, it's just awesome.
Well, I wonder whether or not they were a bit of a kit car, in essence, because. You're right. It mirrors the old pre-Ford GT days in terms of what it really looks like, and they're a beautiful car. Watching them go around Bang Sen, you took one look at them and you're like, man, that looks great, but Bang Sen is not the place where I'd really want to take that car running, and that is going to be Medicer Manuel Caceres' Toyota Supra. That is off the side of the track, and there's not been a whole bunch of pace out of that car this season. And my problem is, where is that car stopped? Because that looks a long, long way off the racing line, which is all well and good. But I wonder whether or not they're going to try and do a Control-Alt-Delete on that car and get it back out and running.
Did it look like it was on the pit entry or the?
I thought so as well.
Yeah.
I thought pit entry, to be honest with you. I actually thought pit lane entry.
Yeah. So given it's a race that doesn't have pit stops, the race director, with only 2 laps to go, might keep this running. And allow that off the track, because once you're kind of off the track, and it's reasonably safe, I think, for the race to go. But that's not my call. But I think we look for every chance to keep a green flag race all the way to the end if we can.
Yeah, in terms of things, Chayavi continues to fall backwards down the order. His most recent time by 49.7, so he's lost 4 seconds off of his peak lap times, and that is Jack Lemvard that's going to come through. And for Jack Lemvard, the board is out. Final lap, 1 lap left to run. And for the 44 entry, he's looking to put some more points in the book. The last of our classes running this morning before we'll step away and take a little bit of a break, half an hour for lunch break. And Thangapon is starting to recover, is coming back at him. Last time by for Jack Lemvard, a 48.3, 46.8. So 1.5 seconds gain, albeit it is a little bit too late for Satamno to come back at him. But how good is this? And that is Chemya Dalmaz, who's been passed. We've got a change for P3. Something's happened to Chemya Dalmaz, because I'm pretty sure that Rafael Galliana has just come through on him, and that looked to happen after the start-finish line, because when they cross the start-finish line, the 35 was ahead. He is not quick in a straight line. There's something wrong with the 35 car now. Rafael Galliana is looking like he might secure his first podium of the season.
That's a turn up for books. We didn't see that coming. The old, the Ford RR Daytona GT Coupe has shown one. It might be just on the podium now. So, but yeah, I wonder what's happened to Chang Almost. He's been driving really well. He's always been there or thereabouts in this competition. So, a little bit of a drop off. Do you think it's tyres maybe, or may have cooked them a bit too hard?
I think he's made a
maybe
mistake. I think he's run off somewhere.
Yeah, but if he's run off somewhere, there's a chance that he should be able to keep up, right? But he's actually losing a lot of pace. So to me, that's tyres or engine related.
So all of a sudden, Rafael Galliano was 2 seconds faster than him in the first sector, 3 seconds faster in the second sector. I reckon there's an engine issue with the 35, but you know who doesn't have an engine issue on the run to the final corner to finish things out? Jack Lemvard got a great getaway at the start of the race, never ever looked back from the drive of the 44, crosses the start-finish line and wins it. And for Thangapon Pram Sitamno, that is line it up out of the last corner. The tyres are there. You may as well enjoy them. And finishes quite well off. And I'll tell you what, I don't see Adam Patera actually in the racing order either this weekend. So that might just wrap a few of the titles up for Sitamno as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Without Adam Patera and with Jalen Robotham having difficult races and effectively, but neither of them are scoring points or a lot of points. That's really good for Sitamno, and it might help him just eke out a few more points for this race and make it hard to get over the top of him in the next race.
Well, in order for anyone to mount a championship charge late on in the piece for the GTCs, Jalen Robotham had to beat him in that most recent race. That didn't happen. Championship is now signed, sealed, and delivered for Thangapon Pran Sitamno. He finishes second, but he does win the championship with that result. Jack Lemvard was supreme in the Trans Am car, and Sitamno will come home second. For Rafael Galliana, he will enjoy every minute of that because he's just finished on the podium with Chemu Dalmaz. Looked strong, died off on that very last 2 laps of the race, and unfortunately for him, doesn't finish on the podium. Final lap, by the way, for Chemu Dalmaz, a 1:58.622, nearly 10 seconds slower than most of the cars throughout that race. 15 seconds slower than the fastest lap of the race, by the way, as well. So he had some sort of issue later on in the piece. And for the Ford guys, all of a sudden, the only guy that really did well late on in that piece, well, I mean, it was the Daytona prototypes that did very, very well. But is that alarm bells I hear ringing for Jack Lemvard? They might want to look that car over as well and just make sure that they've crossed their I's and dotted their T's for what was a strong performance in race 7.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll look it over, but I got some information through the race that the Jalen Robotham car is actually a team passenger ride car. They had to swap it out after some technical issues. So that car's heavier anyway. It's never going to have the same pace as a race car. So unfortunately for Jay, it didn't last the time. But I'm sure they'll have a look over it. But I think Jack Lemvard's car's looking pretty sweet. Over to you for highlights, Scotty.
Well, I said crossed I's and dotted T's. You might want to dot your I's and cross your T's for Jack Lemvard. He didn't ever look back. That was the chaos as they all ran through turn number 1. And have a look at how much of the runoff area they all used. Robotham was way out on the right-hand side. How cool was that? Was the Mitsubishi Lancer as well. It was just extremely quick in the early stages of the race. Gets down and eventually takes the spot away from Jay Robotham, who struggled to get that car off of the final corner. Dalmaz looked phenomenal on the brakes in that car. Got extremely aggressive down in turn number 5. Here's the first of those moves, and boy, that looked pretty from Yadalmaz. Comes away with that spot, and there'll be one more before he was done in terms of the race. That's the guy that's on screen at the moment. He is the man of the hour as it currently stands for the 44 of Jack Lemvard. Supremely quick, hasn't put a foot wrong, and takes a race victory in race number 7. Be really keen to see how good this car looks tomorrow in race number 8. But for the guy that finished in behind him, it just shoots into your shot right there. Sitamno Thangapon Pan, series champion for your Thailand, B-Quik Thailand Super Series GTC class. And the driver of the McLaren got to light those tyres up, and he enjoyed every minute of that one, Pete.
Absolutely. You take those wins when you get them, and when they're championship wins, you make them something special. And, normally the team will let you burn a set of tyres just to celebrate. So good on him, and good on him for throwing the rear end of that McLaren out. It's looked so stable all season, but he's been there the whole season. Hasn't won every race, but he's got the championship seal.
Well, for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step away and take a little bit of a break. It's lunchtime over in Thailand. For us here in Australia, it's just before 4 o'clock local time. In about half an hour, 40 minutes or so, we'll be coming back to give you the rest of the Saturday action from December 16th live from the Chang International Circuit. I've been Scott Rankin, off alongside of Peter Baxter, and we'll see you guys in about half an hour's time. We'll have a new stream up for that one. Link will be dropped in the YouTube chat for you all to drop along and say good day. But other than that, keep your eyes on the Thailand Super Series channel. We'll see you guys in about half hour, 40 minutes time.